government and civil society is gradually um, winning, so to say. I put down my thoughts, and for want of time, I would have read it. I want to say that the judiciary is ready, always ready to partner with civil society and all the major actors and stakeholders as we try to give ourselves an egalitarian society, a free society, a nation where no one is oppressed, where we the people call the shots, knowing that our elected officials hold trust, are there holding authority in trust or holding power in trust for the Nigerian citizenry. So I want to say, at the state level, the Cross River State Judiciary stands for justice any day, any time, and they should be an intersection of justice and civil society at every point in time. We've seen where the civil society has come through for the judiciary, and we also know that the judiciary is the bastion of.
It's very important for a country like ours to be setting this kind of examples, taking it from a bottom-up approach from the state to the region. This time we are having the South-South conversation, and up to the federal level. I think it's very important because one of the major challenges that we are facing is that this kind of conversations, this kind of intervention does not really get to the people on the ground. Their voices really count. You really find them in the room where they can contribute on how to expand that space and contribute to rules, to procedures, to laws that guides our collective governance and development. So I consider this to be very important, and I want to appreciate the organizers for giving us opportunity to be here and to make this contribution. The theme, which is a very interesting one, scaling policy to action, strengthening the regulatory environment for sustainable civil society operation at the subnational level. I think the word that caught me here, it's about scaling policy to action across many countries, and I dare say in Nigeria. We have interesting policies that need, further push to reflect in the lives of the people and, of course, in the space that we work. And I hope that by the end of this conversation, we would have been able to come out with strategic recommendations on how the different stakeholders can take some of these recommendations to the next level. And then the second one that caught my attention is the sustainability. And I think when I make further contributions this afternoon, we'll unpack that further. But what is important is our collective approach and partnerships on how to sustain our collective existence. Civil society is a key partner to development and to democratic sustainability. Thus, it is important that we are given the space, the voice, the resources to be able to contribute to that development. And I think conversations like this provide that platform where our importance, our relevance, and contribution can be heard by policymakers, some of which I really appreciate are already in the room, and also by the constituency that we represent. So I think this is not only important, a conversation, it is one in the right direction to advance our collective progress. So I want to, on behalf of the West Africa Civil Society Institute, wish us a very reflective, progressive, and successful conversation today. And I'm hoping that the outcomes of our conversation will indeed scale policy to action. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Madam, for that wonderful goodwill remarks. And thank you for also drawing our attention that the deliberations here and the actions we take further is very much important beyond just the theoretics we will be talking about.
Very true, very true. And I have to say, for someone who said she needed encouragement, she actually sounded very prepared.
Exactly, more like a lecturer.
Yeah, like she came with bullet points.
Thank you once again, Omolara Balogun. Please, let's make her feel welcome again. Thank you, distinguished guests. Just to remind us a few housekeeping rules to ensure this event runs smoothly. Kindly ensure your devices are on silent. Thank you. And we want to encourage those of us seated here to respect people's opinions, whatever is said right here. We also want to remind you that the convenience is just behind you over there. The door to my right,
Yep.
and for those sitting over there, the door to your left.
Mm-hmm.
For our very distinguished guests seated in front, please be reminded you have an assistant standing right over there in case you need some form of assistance. And just to take it on, to give this event some form of visibility, we want to encourage you to carry out some social media exercise.
We saw you taking pictures.
So this morning, some persons were
really
feeling
good.
fly, looking very sweet.
We
fine
don't mind
dresses.
you putting it out there.
Exactly.
We know we have some LinkedIn warriors here.
Exactly, and Twitter warriors as well.
Yes.
Please take a picture of yourself. You can do a selfie, not a selfish.
What is a selfish?
Okay, so for the hashtags that you would like to use, we have hashtag South Regional Conference 2025. I'm going to take our time to spell out the words so you know the hashtags correctly.
Sorry,
Right.
Ogayo, was that a selfie or a selfish that you just took now?
Someone was doing a selfish, right?
Oh, okay.
Okay, so the hashtag is hashtag capital letter S, small letter O, U, T, H, capital letter S, O, U, T, H, capital letter R, small letter E, G, I, O, N, A, L, capital letter C, O, N, F, E, R, E, N, C, E, and we have lastly 2025.
The way you're looking at me is like you wanted me to join you in the spelling.
I wanted to be sure you are not taking it selfish.
Okay. I'm
And
with you.
we have the last hashtag here, hashtag civic space. Capital letter C, small letter I, small letter V, small letter I, small letter C, capital letter S, small letter P, A, C, E.
Yeah.
I was trying to do that more like a nursery school teacher.
We noticed the vibe.
It's okay.
Yes, it's also displayed up here so that you are also able to
Yes.
follow along. Thank you very much. So, like Ms. Balungu was talking about, the entire purpose of us being here is how do we go from all of the good things and all of the right things being said here in the room to action. That's our raison d'etre for today. And as part of that, and as part of this wider, this wider program, right, which the Community of Practice on Civic Space Strengthening has been up to for a year and change, they have developed a state ranking dashboard that basically gives a top-line snapshot of how the states are generally doing in terms of their promotion of a healthy and a vibrant operating environment for civil society. There are a couple of interesting, facts and moving parts that are on that dashboard, which the Community of Practice would like to highlight. Personally, for me, having been at some of these a number of these conferences, I would just tell you that this is usually a highlight of the conference, because first and foremost, people will be looking at their states.
Exactly.
You know, how well is their state doing, or how well is their state not doing. There will be all those side conversations around how I agree with this, I don't agree with this. I remember when we were in Cross River, right? When we were in Calabar, there was a very vibrant debate that was going on in the back of the room, where they are like, this one, Cross River, I'm not sure. This one, no. This one, maybe. So we've come to that point where everybody will mark the attendance, if in effect, of the South-South.
And we'll see the scorecard right here this morning.
Yeah.
So discourage the states, but I'm very sure your states will be representing in a good way.
You know how we say it in this generation? Everybody's a winner.
Of course, everybody's a winner.
Every state is a winner.
Of course. To help us make sense of the ranking dashboard and to put us through what this ranking dashboard is, please make welcome the program manager at Global Rights, Mr. Edosa Oviawe. Please make him feel welcomed as he come up to the lectern.
He's here.
Oh, he's already here.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Let me be like Lara. I will need some encouragement. Please give me encouragement. All right. Because we are coming into a very important section, there was something that the compass did just now. I want us to just do it a little higher so we feel a bit relaxed before we go into this session. Mr. Co-Chair, and Honorable, with your permission, I will want to ask everyone to just please rise up for a minute. Rise up with your phones. Please just rise up with your phones. And then you can turn your camera on and make it a selfie. Either a selfie video or a selfie picture, but make sure somebody else is in that frame. And just capture somebody. You can be giving a smile and then ensure somebody else is appearing on your frame. And then you can just post it to say, oh, we are live here at the South-South CSO Regional Conference holding in Uyo. Please get somebody on your frame. Don't be selfish. Do selfie, not selfish. Not selfish. Ensure somebody else is appearing on the frame. Ensure somebody is appearing on your frame. Don't be selfish. Do a selfie. And be gender sensitive as well. Ensure you have a female if you are a man. Ensure we have male and female appearing on your frame. Don't do only men, don't do only women. Be gender sensitive. Let a female appear in your own if you are a man. And if you are a lady, let a man appear on your frame. Please don't be selfish. Do selfish. Don't do selfish. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. You may have your seat. Thank you. Thank you. You may have your seat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You may have your seats now. Thank you very much. Aha. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back. I asked for encouragement. I got more than I bargained for. Thank you very much. All right. Okay, I will not be doing this alone. I will want to bring up here two individuals to join me up here as we present the dashboard. The Compare talked about when it was first presented last year. I think the first launch of the dashboard was in June last year, when the 2023 ranking was formally presented at the South-South Regional Conference. It just happened that the 2024 dashboard now is being presented again for the first time in the South-South Regional Conference again. And so it's like the South-South is having to launch the dashboard this time is being presented. And so, as I said, I don't want to do this alone. So this is the 2024 data. Now, one of the strategy of the project is to see or measure how enabling the CSO operational environment is across the states. As the compare said earlier on, one of the reasons for that is for us to be able to gauge the state responsiveness to enabling environment over time. And so, for example, if in 2023 a state scored 10, in 2024 is scoring the same 10, so it means nothing has really changed in the last 1 year in terms of government responsiveness to CSO enabling environment. But if we now see an improvement with the scoring, then we see that, okay, there have been some efforts. Or if the state is regressing in terms of score, we also see that. And so that is why what we are more interested in, though ultimately there is a ranking according to the score. But what we are more interested in is actually the score itself. Because it's the score itself that really tells if there have been progress or if there have been regression. In terms of if, for example, the state scored, as I said earlier on, maybe 50 in 2023, in 2024, maybe at that time was 50, maybe the state was actually number 16. If at 2024, the state is now scoring 45, but then it has moved to 10. That is not progress per se. It has just ascended in the ranking, but there has actually been a regression in terms of the enabling environment in those states. So that's why, even though the ranking is there to measure the scores per state, but we are more interested in the scores as it cuts across the states. And so, as I said, I don't want to do this alone. I will invite two gentlemen to join me up here, and so that whatever Glasgow that's coming from here, they will take it. Me, I will just talk and step down. First, let me welcome the lead researcher on this state ranking, Mr. Ayo Adebusoye. Please, let's applaud him. This was an independent ranking assessment that was conducted, and he was the lead researcher. And please come up. And then to ensure I have enough bulletproof, I will want to welcome my leader. He knows himself already. Let me welcome my leader to the stage. Please join me welcome the co-chair of the Committee of Practice, Mr. Ken Henshaw. So me, I'm just holding the mic. If you have any buzzwords, please throw it at these two people that are here. Please, IT, I want you to put up the dashboard. So one of the key highlights of the recent assessment, which is for 2024. Now it is done yearly. So the assessment for 2025 will be conducted at the end of 2025. So what we have now is for 2024. One of the key highlights, as we see in that assessment, is the clear progression observed when compared to the previous year, 2023. So there have been like improvements across all the states in one sense or the other. Then there's something important I would like to talk about the ranking, which is the fact that the mapping, again, just like the previous year, shows the northern states' dominance in the upper tier of the ranking. And very sadly, you will see so many southern states, particularly a state like Lagos, really struggling and lacking behind. But then I will want to bring in one dimension or one twist to this. We have to take into cognizance the fact that a lot of the CSOs and NGOs operating in the north are majorly humanitarian. And when you come to the south, you will see more of accountability NGOs, governance NGOs. And so what we now observe, as you will see from the ranking, you will see that the states where we are having more of humanitarian NGOs, they tend to have kind of a more enabling environment for those NGOs to operate than what you see in the southern states that are more accountability and the governance NGOs. And the reason is obvious. As we've seen, the more the NGO is into accountability and governance, the more their space wants to be restricted. And the more shrinking and shrinking and shrinking their space is. My my superior, my chairman is here, and he attests to the fact that, I didn't say that at the beginning, but please, I will want us to please put our hands together for Honorable Victor Obuzo. Please, let's applaud him, the chair of the House of Reps Committee on CSOs and Development Partners. I think since he started this journey with us, now he's beginning to speak our language. He's beginning to see, he's beginning to wear our shoes sometimes and see how it pinches us. Even though sometimes we still get into the rings together, and he threw us the punch, and we try to go behind him and hold his hand back. We are more than him, and all of us gather behind him and ask the ones in the front to be throwing the punch. But at least he's beginning to see, and his committee is beginning to see the need to ensure enabling environments for CSO operations in Nigeria. And I really want to use the opportunity to thank him and to appreciate all the efforts he's doing at the National Parliament. Thank you so very much again, sir. And so, as I was saying earlier, so as I said, what you observe in the ranking is those states where you have more of the accountability and the governance CSO, you will see that their states are more, or what's the word? Not more now. What's the word now? More disabling when compared to the other states that are just mainly focused on humanitarian. And so at that point, with that, please, IT put up the state ranking. We would like to present the 2024 dashboard. Huh? This is not right. Please, can you go to dashboard? And do we have to turn off these lights? No, this is home. Okay, I screwed down. But this lights, please, can we take down this light here so it can be? It's not. I'm sure you are seeing states under there, right? But it's not coming up here. Okay, let me invite everyone on your phone. Just go to www. So we are all there together. www.cso.globalrights.org. I take it again. www.cso.globalrights. Please add S to it. globalrights.org. You should see the dashboard. And I want you to just leave the home, go to the menu that has dashboard. Just click the menu that has dashboard and scroll down. Pardon? No, the barcode is for the agenda. The link is on the back. Oh, okay, the link, yeah. So, but you can just go to that website and you will see. Has anybody been able to access this site? I think it's your network. Just reconnect. cso.globalrights.org. So if you have accessed this, I want you to tell me. Scroll down, go to the ranking. I want you to tell us which state is appearing first. Which state has the highest score? I'm waiting to hear from the audience. Sokoto, right? Who can record 2023? Which state was on top? Pardon? It was Sokoto as well. Okay, before we go further, let me just show us how to navigate this dashboard, all right? The home, if you go to the home, you will see a summary. But if you come to dashboard, there is a drop down. There is 2023, 2024. So just click on 2024 and go down, and you will see the ranking as per the overall ranking, and then you will see the ranking as per the parameters that were used. And so at that point, I would like to allow Mr. Ayo to just talk briefly on the various ranking parameters that were used. Okay, great. I know we had. You have it there, so I just put it out for you here. So we have the legal recognition. They had 3. We have legal personality.
You already okay. Well, of course, all there, but again, we had about 372 as background participants in focus groups in the 36 states and FCT. And we look, there are different indicators pulled from the African Commission on the human rights with regards to assembly, rights of assembly and association. Legal recognition is one, and there are 3 indicators there. That's availability of law and policy for registration and operations of CSOs, proportionality of restrictions to CSO registration, operation of funding, and ease of registration. You will see that under the legal recognition if you go into the dashboard under legal recognition. And there we can see, for instance, what that entails. I'll give you an example. In Lagos, and that's why I'm from Lagos, so you can see there was no rigging. If we did so poorly, even a member of the Ministry of Planning mentioned how once a project for deworming came, but because they were telling the person she needed to register in Ministry of Women Affairs, register in Ministry of Health, go to Ministry of Youth Sports because it's to do with children, the time elapsed for the project to take place. So this is why we see things like where Lagos may do poorly with regards to ease of registration under legal recognition. Legal personality, there are 4 aspects to that. Formation, notification, the aspect of, a time frame, how long it takes for you to even get registered, just like I mentioned now, this one took months. And protection of your legal personality. That's all under the indicator of legal personality. Now we have enabling environment that advances CSO purposes and activities, whether there's freedom of expression in that state. Remember, we're dealing with subnational, the state level. Public benefits, whether there's support for activities that are to do with public benefits, including funding. The Freedom of Information Index. Again, this is why many of us in the South and in Lagos is one of the states that was challenging both the jurisdiction of the Freedom of Information Act and even not doing its own at the subnational level. So this is, again, why. Some other states, especially in the North, they have problems. In other states, there was access. We have always had a running battle with that regard. And operational autonomy. Then sanctions and remedies available to CSOs, whether the sanctions are proportional, whether there's ample judicial review, recourse to judicial process, protection from retaliation. If CSOs are critical of government, state governments, how do they get any repercussions from that? Notification regime. If you want to have protests or assemblies, what's the process of giving notification? Was there discrimination? Like in some states, we know that sometimes you may want to have a rally or a protest, and the governor may not allow you to use if he feels you are against the government. So these are the things that constitute that aspect. State level protection. How are the civil society organizations getting protected? Are the rules non-discriminatory, that they will favor a friend? Many times we see a lot of protests in support of government. Usually there's no problem. There'll be a lot of, police protection and everything. But when it comes to being critical, there may be a lot of opposition. Is there protection of assembly? Journalists, how are the journalists protected? And the media, social media? Now there's the use of the Cyber Crimes Act, which is being used very widely with regards to cyber stalking, they call it. Anybody can be arrested for that. Access to public spaces, we mentioned. Sometimes the government in power at the state level may not allow you to use a particular assembly, or I think that even happened recently in the states here. So these are areas that constitute those rankings for that indicator. And then a new one that came up this time is the emerging aspect of digital rights protection and electronic freedoms. How free are we in our digital spaces to talk? Again, we mentioned the issue of cyberstalking. We have this aspect of criminal defamation being used now. If I abuse Oga Ken now and he's not happy with it, he can say that he's been defamed and take me to court. How much of that is impinging on us at our state level? protection of freedom of digital advocacy. If you criticize government, the state government, online, how that's the ranking for that. And of course, state interference in your operations. How much privacy do we have electronically in our state level? How much challenge do we get, especially when you are critical of the ruling party? So those are areas, and we see, again, across the board, if you look at it, that generally we see that in the south here, in southwest, we have challenges there. One of it is because there's a lot of, that's the most vocal place. We have a lot of the human rights activists, accountability activists there. And so there's always that push and pull. And generally, in the northwest, in the northeast, it's more the developmental ones, those who are dealing more with humanitarian interventions. That's actually being supported. Government really appreciates their support with regards to the funding, especially, which they bring. And of course, there are a lot of INGO presence in the north, so there's a lot of collaboration there. So this explains that kind of why there's, and of course, another thing, again, in the north, as far back in the 70s, there's the youth law edict that was very prevalent, especially in those days where the north was one. So most of the states have some kind of structure for registration of associations at the state level, which many have incorporated into more recent laws. That one is more prevalent in the north as well. So these are some things that make the enabling environment in the north appear to be better. Let us emphasize that this ranking is not like Olympics. It's not that anybody is getting gold, silver. No, it is for each state to be able to check where it is and to be able to make progress. In fact, those are some of the discussions in development side that maybe it shouldn't be ranking, maybe it should just be an index so that we can be free to examine ourselves. Nobody's getting gold, silver, anything. It's just to be able to examine where we are, what progress we've made. I must say Rivers, thank God Honorable is here. Rivers is considered to have made progress from 2023. And a lot of what has happened in this space, the interventions by such partners as the EU Act, because there was a lot of work that was done with regards to this aspect of the enabling environment, the Palladium Scale project, many of these projects which were directly strengthening the operational environment for CSOs, I think is yielding some fruits because we are seeing it in the way that there's been some progress. So I think it'll be interesting, exciting to see what happens the next time. And I think maybe the next one, whoever does, they should maybe look at that aspect of the nature of those, the CSOs, that kind of mapping. That should come out more strongly so that it's clear that, oh, okay, these are the issues, contextual issues behind the ranking. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ayo. Thank you. Please, I want somebody to tell us where our host states. Well, we have the deputy speaker here with us. It would be nice to see where Akwa Ibom is on the ranking. Can somebody tell us? Third from the back. From the back, okay. That is like 34, right? Or 33. My lord, they said Akwa Ibom is number 33 on the ranking, sir. Okay. I have my senior leader, our senior leader here from Rivers State, supported by my leader from Rivers State. Somebody please tell us where Rivers State is on the ranking. We are good. No, we are good is not a ranking. Somebody tell us, Rivers, where is Rivers State is? Fourth. From the top, right? Not from the back. Okay, awesome. That's nice. I see your worship, Cross River. Yes, let's know where Cross River is on the list. Where is Cross River is second to the last? Bayelsa, where is Bayelsa on the ranking? The middle bracket. The middle bracket. Where are the Omonoba children? Edo, where are we? Edo is At the mid-wage. Low. Red. Which other state from the south? Delta. Delta is beyond the ranking, right? Medium. So from the south states, it looks like Cross River is like from the back, leading from the back, right? Among the south states. So they are leading from the back. Okay. So that's a call to action for all of us. I decided to do that so we are conscious of the fact and so you can begin to engage more and to see how the state responds to creating a more enabling environment for CSO operations in Nigeria. So thank you so very much. This time I didn't receive enough bullets today, and so I will hand over the mic back to the compare, and thank you for the audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fio. I was enjoying the body language when Oga Edosa was asking where your state was. It was, so for me, and this is why I said this is a very important part of today's proceedings. It's only when you know where you are or where your starting point is from, that's when you can recognize the amount of work that you need to put in order to make things better. We've now come to a very critical juncture in today's proceedings, and I want to crave everyone's indulgence. Please, if you do not have a seat yet, or if you have a seat but you are not currently at your seat, please, I would kindly request that you do find a seat at this point in time. We want to reduce the distractions of people moving around to a minimum. So unless you are part of the organizing team, you're working with Global Rights or the likes, please, I would kindly request that you do take a seat right now, because we are going to be listening to our keynote address today. So we've heard from multiple stakeholders in the room about what their thinking is about the current state of the operating environment for civil society in Nigeria. We have seen data, right, which was called from intelligence from a wide variety of civil society stakeholders as to the current state of the operating environment in their respective states. Now we want to hear what a coherent action of plan from one of those states, right, looks like. And I'm pleased to say that we've got a very important stakeholder in our host state for today, who will be doing justice to the subject of how we take all of these issues from policy to action, how we go about strengthening the regulatory framework for civil society organizations through legislative and regulatory action. And I'm pleased to say that keynote address will be taken by none other than the Right Honorable Kufra Abasi Edidem, who is the Deputy Speaker of the Akwa Ibom State House of Assembly. Please put your hands together as we make him welcome to the rostrum. Let's keep those hands together until he gets here. You're very welcome, Right Honorable Sir. Please, we can keep it going. We can keep it going. Thank you. Good morning, sir. You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ikemesrefio. I want to thank everyone, especially the people that came to do the ranking. And at the end of this keynote address, I'm going to do my ranking too. Because they say, unless the lions develop their historians, every tale of the hunt will favor the hunter as the hero. So I'm going to also do my own ranking. and we'll see where Rivers State will stand. And I know that Lagos will remain where it is in my ranking. And Cross River is going to move a lot higher as our sister states. Thank you. That is an expo to the ranking. And, well, Akwa Ibom is where we are, and that's the reason why we are here. And I love it when we have data so that we can measure whether we are making progress or not. And by the time we gather, is it going to be in Bayelsa State in 2027? Akwa Ibom would have gone from red to, what is higher than green? What is higher than green? Akwa Ibom would have gone from red, which bears a little similarity to the color of our flag, orange, to where the Nigeria flag is. I want to thank you. This is a keynote address, and I want to thank you too for being the only one that pronounced my name the right way. No, I don't mean in the pronunciation. All of you abbreviated my name. I know a lot of friends whose name are Oluwa Toyin, so people call them Toyin or call them Olu. My own is Kufre Abasi. Once you abbreviate it to Kufre, it loses its meaning. So please, my name is Kufre Abasi. Edidem. Thank you. A keynote address presented by Right Honorable Kufre Abasi Edidem, Deputy Speaker of Akwa Ibom State House of Assembly, at the Summit on Scaling Policy Action, Strengthening Regulatory Framework for CSOs through Legislative and Regulatory Action. The chairman on today's occasion, who also is the Executive Director of Policy Alert and Chairman Southside Regulatory Conference, my brother, Mr. T.J. Bolton. The Executive Director, the members of the House of Representatives here present, the Chairman House Committee on Civil Society Organizations, Honorable Victor Obuzo, and Honorable Barrister Sunday Omehia, my neighbor there. You are welcome to Akwa Ibom, a politically peaceful state. The Executive Director, Global Rights, heads of delegations of the EU in Nigeria and ECOWAS, Madam Winifred. Everybody call you Madam. So Madam Winifred Achue Buzon. The co-chair of the Community of Practice, Mr. Genen Shaw. Head of state government agencies here present. Civil society organizations. Media practitioners. Gentlemen of the distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is, I feel deeply delighted and greatly honored by the invitation extended to me by Global Rights in affiliation with Community of Practice on Civil Space Strengthening to attend and deliver this keynote address at this important summit. I welcome you all to our beautiful, very safe, very secure, very peaceful city of Uyo in Akwa Ibom State. You are all welcome. The theme of this year's summit, Scaling Policy Action, Strengthening Regulatory Framework for CSOs through Legislative and Regulatory Action, is both apt and timely. It reflects your shared commitment to unity, ethical leadership, and the collective will to continue vital conversations aimed at repositioning, strengthening, and supporting civil society organizations. This theme resonates strongly given the persistent socioeconomic and political challenges our nation continues to face, even decades after independence and over 20 years into our democratic experience. I commend and congratulate the visionaries behind this initiative for creating a platform that allows all of us to engage in research, dialogue, and generation of practical blueprints aimed at easing and strengthening CSO operations in Nigeria, particularly in the South-South region. I also recognize and appreciate all civil society organizations and stakeholders from the third sector present here today. Your commitment to the Nigerian project gives us hope for a brighter and more inclusive future. I thank you for the opportunity to not only attend this event, but to contribute to its central theme. The former President of the United States, Joe Biden, once said, and I quote, "No fundamental change occurs merely because government acts. It is because civil society, the conscience of the country, begins to rise up and demand change." This, end of quote, this profound statement reinforces my personal belief that CSOs are not just necessary but indispensable to any thriving democracy. They were instrumental in the struggle for democracy in Nigeria, and they remain critical in its sustenance through continued advocacy and engagement. Our nation's history is rich with the legacy of organized civil society movements, especially during the pre-independence era. Without their agitation, our independence may have been delayed far beyond 1960. My own involvement with civil society began during my days at the University of Calabar, where I served as a student union leader, advocating for students' welfare. That early exposure instilled in me a lifelong passion for reform, a passion that has guided me from my time as the caretaker chairman of my local government area in 2007 through my subsequent political journey to this day. With that background and my direct interaction with various CSOs over the years, I can confidently speak to the enormous impact that contemporary civil society has made in Nigeria, from promoting rule of law and social justice to fostering political participation and holding government accountable. CSOs have been central to our democratic development. Legislative progress in Nigeria has also been significantly influenced by CSOs. Transformative laws such as the Freedom of Information Act, the Persons with Disability Act, and the Child Rights Act were all driven by CSO advocacy. Their role in electoral reform, especially regarding the amended Electoral Act of 2022, is equally commendable. However, despite this accomplishment, much remains to be done. Today, Nigeria is at a critical juncture. Economic instability, rising unemployment, insecurity, infrastructure decay, a weak healthcare system, and widespread corruption remain daunting challenges. Nonetheless, we must remain resilient. Democracy is still our best path forward, and it must be protected for future generations, because it's always said that even the worst democratic experiment is better than the best military dictatorship. And I think I believe it. We only need to look to our neighbors to understand the consequences of democratic decline. For example, a coordinator from Burkina Faso Governance and Citizen Mobilization Program, a pro-democracy CSO, lamented the shrinking civil space under military rule, citing repression of the media, suspension of political activities, and widespread intimidation of activists. Similarly, we remember the sacrifices of Ken Saro-Wiwa and others who paid the ultimate price for justice and freedom in Nigeria. At this point in our history, we cannot afford to backslide on the democratic gains we have made. The sacrifices of our heroes must not be in vain. We each have a responsibility to uphold the rule of law and justice. As President Muhammadu Buhari once remarked, true democracy shines its light into the daily lives of people. It affords us the freedom and liberty to think as we want, live where we want, and pursue legitimate endeavors that suits us. End of quote. Mr. Chairman and distinguished delegates here, the consolidation of our democracy is tied directly to the efficiency and sustainability of CSOs. These organizations can influence Nigeria's economic and political trajectory positively. A politically conducive environment, one that respects human rights, freedom of speech, freedom of the press, and social justice is essential for democratic growth. Strengthening CSOs, strengthening CSO operators is, in effect, strengthening democracy. This background sets the tone for today's conversation. Strengthening the regulatory environment for CSO operations at the subnational level. The government must support and encourage CSOs through legislation and policy. A conducive legal and operational environment is imperative, free from stifling regulations and bureaucratic hurdles. We are aware of the significant challenges CSOs face: poor public perception, lack of trust, overlapping regulations, multiple registration requirements, and increasingly limited funding. Recently, US funding cuts, which slashed some CSO budget by as much as 50%, have forced program halts and staff layoff generally. At this juncture, I cannot help but stop to extend my gratitude and that of Nigerians to the European Union for their continual support and funding of CSO activities in Nigeria. The survival of Nigeria's democracy depends on how boldly we confront these challenges. Every nation that enjoys prosperity today once went through periods of struggle and sacrifice. We must draw inspiration from their journeys. As we move from policy to action, it's important to know that regulatory hurdles are not unique to Nigeria. Successive US presidents, from Herbert Hoover to Joe Biden, have faced and addressed similar challenges through deliberate policy interventions. With proper legislative reform, we too can overcome ours. Recognizing the need to streamline CSO operations over a good starting point. While the state houses of assembly plays a role, especially in oversight, the primary responsibility lies with the National Assembly. I remember when my senior colleague came, he said the primary responsibility lies with the state assemblies. Well, let me bring my proofs. Many of the laws regulating CSOs, such as the Company and Allied Matter Act, CAMA 2020, falls under exclusive legislative lists. Under the doctrine of covering the field, as we call it in the legislative balance, Once the National Assembly legislates on a subject, the state legislature cannot enact conflicting laws except in areas not covered. However, state can conduct oversight on their own MDAs to curb over regulations and collaborate with federal institutions to address duplicative process. Before initiating reforms, there must be a holistic review of existing laws and regulations affecting CSOs. These include understanding their objectives, applicability, and areas needing revision. Experts like lawyers, journalists, and policy analysts should be engaged in the process. A data-driven and well-articulated report should then be presented to both legislative and executive stakeholders. It is also important for CSOs to understand the legal exemptions that already exist. For example, Section 10F of the Tenement Rate Law Cap 151 Law of Akwa Ibom State 2000 exempts non-profit organizations from paying tenement rates. Section 3 of Business Premises Registration Law Cap 124 also empowers the commissioner to grant exemptions to CSOs. Similar provision exists at the federal level under the Company and Allied Tax Act and VAT Act. Broader stakeholder consultation should include the Senate, House of Representatives. I thank God that I've seen the committee chairman here. State Houses of Assembly and Law Reform Commission. These commissions are mandated to review outdated laws and advise governments accordingly. Only after proper consultation can the legislature be guided on which law to amend or repeal. Of course, any such change must be well considered given the potential cost involved, such as agency restructuring or staff reallocation. Mr. Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, CSOs are already strategic partners with the legislature here. There's indeed the need to strike a balance between regulations and the protection of civil space. While state assemblies may be limited in certain areas, they can still exercise oversight, reduce bureaucratic barriers, and act on petitions brought forward by CSOs. As we engage with today's theme, I urge us to participate actively and wholeheartedly. I am confident that our deliberations will yield practical solutions. On my part, like I've always said, and I said yesterday when the representative came to my office for a courtesy visit, I pledge continued support and collaboration with the CSOs. I will leverage the legislative tools at my disposal to ensure that enabling policies are enacted for your effective operations in Akwa Ibom State and the South-South region at large. I wish you fruitful deliberations. I want to thank you again and welcome to the very peaceful, very safe, and politically friendly state of Akwa Ibom. You are welcome. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Kufreba Siedidem. Please, let's encourage him with a round of applause
yes,
again.
Yes, let's put our hands together for him.
Thank you so much.
We learn every day.
Exactly.
My new phrase of the day is politically friendly.
Yes, politically friendly. Take home, politically
that's my
friendly.
take home. I'm going to use that very, 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 very much. Thank you very much, sir, for your very salient and important remarks. It was quite interesting to me, and it will be good to it will be good to sample the perspectives of some of our colleagues from Akwa Ibom in the room around some of the exemptions to the taxes and the levies and the charges which are available under state law for non-profits. To be interesting to note whether in practice that is actually the case. But it's good to know, again, the policies, the laws, the legislations, they do exist on the ground, but a lot of what we'll be talking about today is about action and about experience and about how, if there is a divergence between what we have on paper and what we see in real life practice, how do we bridge that gap? But it's great to know that at the very least there are things that exist on the books right here in Akwa Ibom that should support a lot of the development work that's happening here.
Once again, we want to say thank you for your commitment, and we do hope that other public officials borrow a leaf from you to help this space.
Absolutely, correct. Okay, so some preliminary housekeeping. I know we've all learned politically friendly over the last 20 to 30 minutes. I'm also here to introduce another phrase which I think would be well received by the House, and that phrase is called tea break. So, we are ready for tea break.
Okay, I think this is the third word we have learned for the day. The first was selfie, not selfish, and then the second, politically friendly. So now
that's you self-promoting yourself, because
Why
that
not, if not?
That was your phrase. That was your phrase.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right. So the order for the tea break will be very simple. We'll begin with our distinguished guest seated right here in front. We have a beautiful young lady who will be helping out to direct the coordination of tea break. For our distinguished guest, the lady, Miss Blessing, would be leading you to the table where you can take your tea break. The first and the second row will do that first, and thereafter we'll have other participants.
Yes. So for the rest of us VIPs in our own rights, there is a 7 point to my far left. That will be to the right for those of us who are sat in the room. They are already ready for us. So I don't know if we're filing by row, right? Just to keep things orderly. So we'll start from the far end, and then we would come to the middle, and then to the row afterwards, and then to the far right as well. I believe our people at the back, they are ready. They are ready for us, yes? We want to conduct this in just 20 minutes, because after tea break, we've got a host of very informative panels where a lot will be shared and discussed, and you also have the opportunity to participate as well. So let's keep tea break as orderly but as sharp as possible. Time check right now is 12:24 p.m. So we'll reconvene 12:44, 12:45 p.m. Let's aim for 12:45. Okay. Thank you very much, and we'll see you all at 12:45.
Just to please add, we are told there's another outlet on this wing, so immediately after the VIPs, those on this other wing can join to get their tea break.
Okay, all right, we'll be directed appropriately.
Thank
you very much.
Nigeria recently commemorated its 60th independence anniversary. Its citizens greeted the day with mixed feelings. Many, while grateful for a country they could call their own, were saddened by its poor development indices, in particular endemic poverty and insecurity. Many attribute this state of affairs to bad governance, but feel constrained in hearing their views on this. The civic space in Nigeria has increasingly become repressed, and free speech has become increasingly difficult.
How can you decree capital punishment for exercising, quote unquote, a God-given right, which is freedom of speech? We were not born in silence. We were born with the facility of speech. And speech is supposed to be the conveyance of the realities of life as we see, as we experience that life.
The government has also sought to regulate civil society through draconian legislation with very troubling narrative on the role of civil society in Nigeria.
The decency we have in our country, the decency we have in the society is basically because there are people who are fighting for our rights to be upheld. And when you find a situation where most especially the business communities think to all about fraternizing with the political class and just getting their way in there, they forget that when the civil society is shut down, it means those in government are capable of doing whatever they want to do unchecked.
Corrupt, forces of destabilization, funding terrorists. But are these charges true? Are they a misunderstanding or a deliberate attempt at tainting the public's perception of the only true opposition demanding accountability, rights, and dignity?
From the first day that we returned to democratic rule, and the people who have been in the forefront of holding this line, civil society. They've been the ones who spoke up during the time of Obasanjo, the third term attempt, the unlawful and undemocratic removal of governors. They were in the forefront.
In roughly 60 years preceding independence and the 60 years that have followed, Nigeria's civic leaders and groups have been at the forefront of framing the nation and its development. At every turn in Nigeria's history, civil society has pointed directions for growth, democracy, education, health, and nationhood. In this span of time, organized civil society has displayed fervor and bravery in the face of systemic tyranny and state capture. Nigerians have refused to be docile, and each generation has had its moment of stepping to the plate and demanding for a Nigeria that works. The most recent step into the plate began merely a week after the nation's 60th independence anniversary. The country witnessed one of the best coordinated social movements in its history. Across Nigeria, thousands of citizens, in particular its young people, took to the streets to demand an end to the Special Anti-Robbery Squad, popularly known as SARS, which for years has been known for its brutalization and extrajudicial killings of many innocent Nigerians.
If you gather 5 people in Nigeria, certainly in Lagos and probably in Nigeria today, you will find that at least 3 of them know somebody who has had some encounter with police brutality. It may not be SARS, but it's the, they will certainly be able to recount that to you. And I think, or extortion or whatever it is, the ways in which the police fall short of what they ought to be.
There's something to be said about a citizenry that's young, a citizenry that's angry, a citizenry that's frustrated with not just the spate of killings, but the intentional disinformation, the intentional misinformation, but also the intentionality to sow seeds of discord across ethnic, religious, and political lines.
The protests defied conventional Euro-led movements and were led by everyone out on the streets as well as those behind the keyboards on social media.
What digital media did was to open access to a wide range, over 30 million Nigerians, for example, write editorial opinion on Facebook every day. They are on Twitter, they are on so many of these platforms. So they are able to articulate their views, their vision, and they are able to fight their combats.
The tipping point for the EndSARS movement can largely be attributed to the growth in technology and digital advocacy in the past decade. Before EndSARS, Nigeria had witnessed several other iconic movements that began with the digital space, including the Not Too Young to Run movement, the VAP Act, the Arewa Me Too. And these movements all gathered momentum online and led to measurable results on the ground.
That hashtag prompted a lot of women in northern Nigeria to come out and talk about their sexual abuse experiences. So that did a lot in breaking the culture of silence. These women were mentioning their abuser.
In December 2015, groups of Nigerians and also civil society groups did a march to the National Assembly to demand that the social media bill that then was they wanted to implement was a stop was put to it. Even though 5 years later, it's still back on the table. But it helped because a lot of people didn't understand the implication. A lot of people didn't understand what it meant. And it took the civil society, you know, explaining to people, creating that awareness and letting people understand what was going on.
The Nigerian civic space has been a vibrant and inspiring force, a fact that can be traced all the way back to pre-independence Nigeria. Nigeria's civil society dates as far back as the pre-colonial times. While the region was yet to be known by geographical name Nigeria, it was made up of several kingdoms with monarchies that were subject to the will of its people. In these societies, there was always access to the public space to hear dissent and determine the trajectory for cooperation and growth. Then came the brutal invasion. From the south upward to the north, the British joined the mad rush to colonize the territory we now know as Nigeria.
Iju Water Works in Lagos was the project of was a pre-colonial project. Okay, in 1907, they decided to set up Iju Water Works and to levy. Now the water was going to be piped up for the white people who were ruling the place. Okay, but the people who were going to pay for it were the locals who were going to be taxed. Now, the Eleko said, look, Eshugbaye Eleko said, look, this is not what it should be done. What should be done? If you want water to be piped for you, you pay for it. Not asking my people to pay for it. That is exactly what led to the Lagos water riots.
They instituted several draconian laws, including the Public Order Ordinance, which forbade public gatherings and required police permits to be obtained for any gathering of more than 5 people. In spite of this, Nigerians still kept their dreams of an orderly society alive. Despite the regulation against public gatherings, Nigeria's civil society still organized several prolific movements during the pre-independence years. Many of these movements began as demands for better welfare for government employees. A foremost example was the Lagos strike of 1897, which was described as the first major protest of the colonial period in African history. The movement involved 3,000 workers in the Public Works Department who were demanding better pay from the colonial government. The Aba Women's Revolt in 1929 was also monumental, as it involved over 10,000 women who marched against the colonial government for seeking to impose a tax on women. The Aba Women's Revolt left at least 50 women dead and 50 others wounded. While many of these movements were responses to harsh economic conditions, they ultimately became quests against the imposition of colonial and imperialist rule, which resulted in Nigeria's independence in 1960. The years following Nigeria's independence saw a rise in civic movements across the country. This was a great movement for trade unions as well as professional and business associations, such as bar associations and media groups. Through different forums, these groups demanded good governance and adequate public services, including health, education, jobs, and improved governance. Communities and regional associations also continue to feature greatly in the nation's civic space, supplementing governance.
The work civil society groups have done in Nigeria in educating citizens to be active citizens, to be productive citizens, be it the things that have been done with grassroots cooperative training, skill acquisition, and all of that, is something that we can take up and incorporate even in our traditional training models to help bring out young men and women who are self-sufficient, who don't need to look for employment. But government is not tapping into those resources as they should.
The civic space had these active, progressive associations that were engaging against government to try to develop a progressive agenda for the country.
The so-called rising sun of Biafra is set forever. It will be a great disservice for anyone to continue to use the word Biafra to refer to any part of the East Central state of Nigeria.
The Civil War ended as the 70s began, and as with other parts of the world, the Nigerian civil society became more formal and professional.
For the first phase of what I will consider civic engagement in Nigeria, the people used progressive associations. First of all, there were the formal student associations, the student unions of different universities, as well as the National Union of Nigerian Students, which was subsequently banned by the military.
Hitherto, the most formal groups were labor unions, student unions, religious and community foundations. The Civil War was an avenue for new civic groups to join the Nigeria's civic space, and from then on, the country witnessed an increase in civil organizations. As a result of the growth in various civic-led movements, Nigerians enjoyed a brief intermission from military rule between 1979 and 1983. The new group of professional civil organizations targeted a variety of social issues. For example, the International Institute for Tropical Agriculture, better known as the IITA, was working extensively with local farmers to increase crop production and reduce risks with the overarching goal of reducing hunger and malnutrition. Civil society in Nigeria responded to both challenges by forming organizations that took them head-on. For example, the Nigerian Bar Association became more assertive in demanding for the government to respect the rule of law, and in 1984, it protested the suspension of due process and the systematic rule of military courts instead of civilian courts to prosecute. Activists and media organizations were mostly targeted. In one such instances, 2 editors with the Guardian newspaper, Tunde Thompson and Nduka Irabo, were arrested and tried under a military tribunal for allegedly publishing false statements. In some cases, media houses were completely shut down and prevented from operating when they were perceived as being recalcitrant. It was in this context that the editor-in-chief of Newswatch, Dele Giwa, was killed when a bomb delivered to his breakfast table by security agents exploded. Years after Dele Giwa's assassination, the country would witness the execution of 9 environmental activists led by Ken Saro-Wiwa after they organized a peaceful march against the environmental degradation of Ogoni land.
In recovering the money that has been stolen from us. I do not want any blood spilt. Not of an Ogoni man, not of any strangers amongst us. We are going to demand our rights peacefully, non-violently, and we shall win.
The struggle for democracy by various groups in Nigeria's civil space culminated in the 1993 general elections, where unofficial results indicated that the candidate of the Social Democratic Party, Chief Moshood Abiola, had won against his opponent from the National Republican Convention, Alhaji Bashir Tofa. However, using his power as head of state, the then military president, General Ibrahim Babangida, annulled the election.
It is true that the presidential election was generally seen to be free, fair, and peaceful. However, there was in fact a huge array of electoral practices virtually in all the states of the Federation before the actual voting began.
In 1994, activists and political leaders formed the National Democratic Coalition, ADECO, to press for the revalidation of the June 12, 1993 presidential elections. And in July 1994, days after Abiola was arrested on charges of treason, NUPENG and Pengerson, unions of the petroleum industry, began the longest strike in Nigeria's history to protest the annulled presidential elections.
By the time the annulment took place, and the minute, they were helping us with logistics, with intelligence, with information. We were helping them with troops on the ground, with reaching places that they could not reach and doing things that they could not do, because they still needed to keep talking with the military and helping the military to leave, right? So by the time the annulment took place and we decided we were going to go to the streets, the politicians were happy because it helped them in their insider negotiations. They were not telling us, of course, that they were having the extent of the commitments they were making in the insider negotiations, but we were all talking. That is the point of, so I don't think it's probably balanced to say the civil society made it happen. I think it was an alliance, a cross-national alliance of all manner of interests across the country.
The return of a democratic system was a hard-fought battle that Nigerian civil society has been instrumental in winning. The victory ushered in a new era in the civic space where Nigerians could freely organize and advocate on policy issues. Corruption was one of the first issues to receive civil society's attention after the new elected democratic government was sworn in. The government worked to establish agencies to investigate corruption and fraudulent activities, while Nigerian civil society organized outreaches to educate the Nigerian public on the importance of these agencies. Given the nation's long history of poor leadership, Nigeria's civil society organization has also heavily invested in promoting good governance since 1999. Various organizations are working to strengthen democratic governance as well as citizens' participation in governance across the country. A recent example of this is the campaign led by Yaga Africa, which sought to increase the participation of young Nigerians in politics and governance by amending the age criteria required to contest elections. The Not Too Young to Run bill was signed into law in 2018 by the President, marking an important victory not just for young people in civil society, for the entire Nigerian population. While it might seem like civil society in Nigeria has been preoccupied with the technicalities of development and ensuring a stronger democracy, the Nigerian government, and indeed the world, was reminded in 2012 that there resides within Nigeria's civil society space a tremendous ability to rally around pertinent issues. This reminder came as a concerted effort against President Goodluck Jonathan's administration after it announced plans to remove fuel subsidy. The movement against fuel subsidy, or the corruption in the fuel sector, or Occupy Nigeria, as it was called, was one of the largest civic movements Nigeria had witnessed since the emergence of the Fourth Republic.
We have been on the field since Monday. I have an information for you. It's just to strengthen you. The federal government, by Jonathan and Madueke, have said they know Nigerians, that within 2-3 days we'll be tired. I want you to prove to them that we are not tired.
Nigeria's civil society is living through its most precarious times, but having survived years of military rulership while remaining active through it all, there's much to be said about its strength and resilience. There is no doubt that Nigeria's civic space will continue to require support both internally and from international community as it continues to tackle its multifaceted responsibilities while still grappling with a civilian government that continues to act like a military government.
I must put on record that the attempt to stifle civil society groups in Nigeria is deliberate. It's not an accident. It is a progressive attempt by government to make the environment under which CSOs function to be difficult. That's the reality. They've done it with their bills, they've done it with their regulations, but the worst kind of disservice government has done to this country is the attempt to discredit CSOs, to look at them as people that are against government, to look at them as people that collect money from outside of the country and are not accountable for it, to look at them as people who want to destabilize the country. I think that's the biggest disservice and that's the biggest dishonesty on the part of government, because they know better.
To say they truly have a democracy means our people must be able to organize themselves, dissent if they will, approve if they will, but our people must have a voice in governance, and that is what participatory governance is. Once you control civil society, we no longer have participatory governance.
Every individual must make up his or her mind. There can be no second guessing, double standards. You cannot say it's all right. The boot which is placed on your neck, you cannot say that, oh, as long as it's worn by a black man, it's all right, or a black woman, it's all right. That it's only wrong when that boot on the back of your neck is worn by an external person. No, no, no. You just don't want a boot
to advance from. Nigeria recently commemorated its 60th independence anniversary. Its citizens greeted the day with mixed feelings. Many, while grateful for a country they could call their own, were saddened by its poor development indices, in particular endemic poverty and insecurity. Many attribute this state of affairs to bad governance, but feel constrained in hearing their views on this. The civic space in Nigeria has increasingly become repressed, and free speech has become increasingly difficult.
How can you decree capital punishment for exercising, quote unquote, a God-given right, which is freedom of speech? We were not born in silence. We were born with the facility of speech. And speech is supposed to be the conveyance of the realities of life as we see, as we experience that life.
The government has also sought to regulate civil society through draconian legislation with very troubling narrative on the role of civil society in Nigeria.
The decency we have in our country, the decency we have in the society is basically
So if you remember from earlier in the agenda, sorry, please, can we have one house? Thank you. Okay, so before we get into our first panel session of the day, if we remember from earlier in the agenda, I said that we were going to take a first round of goodwill and special remarks. We would soon get into the second round of remarks where we would capture the thoughts and the perspectives of other important government side stakeholders on the subject matter of translating policy to action in order to improve the operating environment for civil society organizations in Nigeria. But before we do that, please, can I have the distinguished presence of both the co-chair of the Community of Practice on Civic Space Strengthening, as well as the 2025 chairman of the organizing committee for this regional conference. Okay, yeah, so we have a very, we have a presentation to make to our distinguished keynote speaker, the Right Honorable Kufre Abasi Ididem. And I have the opportunity of having both Tija Bolton Akpan as well as Mr. Ken Enshaw to make this presentation. Over to you, sirs.
Yes. Right Honorable Kufre Abasi Ididem, we are pleased to invite you back on stage, this time to receive a token of our appreciation to you for taking the time out to do our keynote today.
Thank you for coming back upstage, sir. On behalf of the Community of Practice, Global Rights, and all our partners here, it's our profound pleasure to hand this token in recognition of your role in the conference today, presenting a very brilliant and excellent keynote. Thank you so much for being a friend of civil society. Thank you for attending this conference, and here's looking forward to all the promises you made while you stood up here. Thank you once again, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. I can only say thank you again and thank you again. I really do appreciate this. And yes, you can hold me to my word. And during the tea break, one of my distinguished senior colleagues in the Green Chambers, he knows what I'm going to say. I didn't want to mention him, but he has given his name himself away. Said I prefer that our state remain where we are in that ranking. Because if you check the reality on ground, that ranking is inversely proportional to peace on ground. The states in green are the most violent states, while the states in red are the most peaceful states. I want to thank you all.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir, for receiving our token. We just keep learning new terms today. Inversely proportional has entered our dictionary
exactly.
now.
Did you also catch the irony of the statistics? The states in red.
Yes.
And the states in green.
Yes,
okay.
indeed. Very much so. We want to, before we proceed to the next set of goodwill remarks, I want to we want to recognize two very important stakeholders.
This persons came in while the keynote speech was ongoing. Distinguished guests present here today, I would like to recognize the representative of the head of department, Social Welfare, Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Welfare, Akwa Ibom State, ably represented by Mr. Olalekan, pardon me, Mr. Olalekan Lawal. Is he here? Mr. Olalekan Lawal, representative of the HOD, Social Welfare, Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Welfare, Akwa Ibom State.
You are very welcome indeed. We also want to recognize the presence of the just immediate past Honorable Commissioner of Women Affairs in Akwa Ibom State, Dr. Eni Jacob Adiakman, a very, very important ally of our cause. You are very welcome, ma'am. We saw you when you came in. We wanted you to get settled down. You're very welcome to our very important conference today. So to those goodwill remarks, we would kindly crave the indulgence of our colleagues that, your remarks be as short and to the point.
Keep it
as
simple.
Possible. I'm looking for synonyms and adjectives.
Keep it simple and short. That's the journalistic word, KISS.
Okay.
Keep it simple and short. So that's it.
Wait, did you say KISS?
No. It's an acronym. Keep it simple and short.
I just heard KISS. Anyway, the first... I'm sorry. You know what they say? You are responsible for what you say.
Explain exactly.
I am responsible for what I hear.
Okay. There's freedom in speech, but the one after speech sometimes is not guaranteed.
Well, freedom from speech is indeed important. So the first goodwill remark that we'll take would be from the representative of the Corporate Affairs Commission, very important stakeholder from our perspective in terms of improving the operating environment for civil society organizations in this country. Please, can we put our hands together as we have the CAC representative just come give us a 1-2 minutes.
Yes, it's very important
remark.
that we hear from the regulatory commission that is in charge of registering.
Yes. He's a very good friend of mine. He was giving me the look of, do I really have to do this? I'm sorry, sir. I'm acting on instructions. Please, let's encourage him as he comes up here. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. I think I'll also need these prayers because it seems impromptu, actually. Yeah, I will stand on the existing protocol. Though I come from a very peaceful state, politically. Yes, but it's a PDP state, but it's still political. Bauchi state, sir. Yes. So I will speak on the point of a regulator. I think I've been taunted when I came in that CAC has just increased some certain aspect of fees in the services that we offer. I believe this should be the main contention. But it has nothing to do with civil society organizations. I believe Honorable Victor is here, and maybe in the panel who will look at it very well. Basically, I bring compliments from the Registrar General of Corporate Affairs Commission. and to reiterate the fact that we are partners in progress. CSOs are watchdogs, really. They've gone far in our history. We've seen what they can do, and we've seen what collectively we can collectively achieve. We see ourselves as Nigerians, so we should maintain that. It's not about restricting what they do, looking at the object, regulation, over-regulation, today, tomorrow. Tomorrow they will say self-regulation, tomorrow they are over-regulated. It's just the peculiarity of our country. So I believe we should be partners at all it takes, and we thank Global Rights for all that they've been doing, and the European Union, and of course, the good people of Uyo that hosted us. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that very simple and short goodwill message. I don't think you needed prayers for that. However, let's see if Global Rights can send prayers to your mail as well. Thank you.
Well, that's true. We're in the home state of having
Prayers
received
being
your
sent
prayers
to people's mails.
Yes.
You know.
Oh, yeah, very much so.
Okay, still in the spirit of goodwill.
I think I need prayers.
You need prayers?
I do.
I know who to point to.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, still taking goodwill remarks, and in it simple and short, would like to invite the representative of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, ably represented by, can I see the person?
Yes, she's here.
Oh, please, ma'am.
Miss Pobeni.
Can we please encourage her as she comes up to give a goodwill remark? Please encourage her. Or maybe we should send prayers to her first.
Very much so, yes.
Good afternoon, all. Standing on existing protocol and the existing encouragement, because I needed it. I wasn't told I was going to do this, but I thank you for the opportunity. As a regulatory agency, we are glad for the opportunity you always give to us to engage at such fora. And we've tried as much as possible to attend as many as we were invited. And I want to use the opportunity to say thank you for today. I believe there will be a panel session later and the floor will be open for deliberations. I bring greetings from the headquarters. We appreciate your contributions thus far as a non-profit organization. We'll talk about your exemptions and obligations. For those that have obliged, you've moved us forward. Without you, there is no us. And we've come to say thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tare, for that important remark. For those of us who may not necessarily be familiar with the work that a number of our civil society partners have been doing with the regulators, they have been very involved stakeholders. They come to our meetings, they attend our conferences, they back channel information in terms of what to expect. They're actually quite responsive, and in our experience, they are always open and willing to engage. So one of the reasons why we're having them come up, you'd also hear them, just as Ms. Tare said during the panel session, talk a bit about some of the things that we should take cognizance of, we should pay attention to, is so that you can also see their faces and know them and go and meet them. And if you have any sort of pending issues that you or your organization are working through, you can have a conversation with them and they'll be happy to facilitate a solution on your behalf. The final regulator stakeholder that we'll be hearing from is the representative for from the Special Control Unit Against Money Laundering of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. Oh, he was just here, but I think he stepped out. We will probably take remarks from him later. If we're not able to, then we'll obviously hear from him during the regulators panel session. So I will just step that down for the moment, unless I see him walk into the room, in which case I'll just immediately arrest him. Otherwise, I think we can
Thank you,
proceed.
Michael Compere. just while you were doing the introduction of that person who's supposed to take the goodwill, we had someone important walk into the hall. Distinguished guests, let me recognize the presence of the Commissioner for Social Welfare and Community Development, Bishop Margaret Ene Ita, ably represented by Mr. Aripo Williams. Is he here? Thank you, Mr. Aripo Williams.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you for honoring our invitation. Just like Michael Compere has said, it's important we have some other persons share with us their goodwill messages. But before they come do that, just to keep us or set us in the mood for the next session, we have been waiting for this moment where we get to talk, where we get to share the ideas and contributions, and all of the persons who would be doing that. All right.
Yeah. Okay. That is true. Our attention has been averted to a very, very important stakeholder. We had introduced and recognized her earlier, but we will be taking some thoughts from her. She has been in this work for quite some time. She has been on the government side of things as a stakeholder responsible for, amongst other things, the management of the affairs of civil society organizations in a very important state here in the South. So it's only appropriate that we hear her thoughts on how we can move from policy to action, since she has been in the arena.
And now she's also here to give us all of the experiences and shared successes. Distinguished guests, with an encouraging clap, let's make welcome Dr. Ini Jacob Adiakban, immediate past Honorable Commissioner, Women Affairs, Akwa Ibom State. Please encourage her until she gets up here.
Permit me to equally stand on the already established protocol. It's so nice to be here again. I was at Calabar, and today we are here in Akwa Ibom State. For the CSO space, I think, is very important that we do what we are doing. We continue to ensure that we regulate our practices, because without doing that, we will not be strengthening some. And it's very important for strengthening. And in every practice should be not just professionalized, but it should be standardized. And that is a process of standardizing practice. And that's why when we come in here every year and we see the grading of the states and where they are, it's good that this is done. On the other hand, some people may view it negatively. But I think it's very important for CSOs and CSOs that they do, and NGOs, because when we get back, it motivates, it inspires. It also helps us to also appraise our standards of practice, to see where we are, and also know our shortcomings and know where we would be. On the part of government, like we had observed the other time, CSOs complained about multiplicity of registration. With government, some with women affairs, the other one would be youth development, it could also be environment. And the issue had been, why don't we have like a one-stop shop where we register once, so that from one registration you can use it to deal with government, and not paying this amount here, paying this amount here, and also ensuring that each state equally fixes an amount and not making it too exorbitant for the CSOs. Because we know how with the dearth of funding, it's difficult for CSOs to operate. Getting grants to function becomes a problem. So to a large extent, that is yet, I'm very sure, is yet to be done. I think on the part of the CSOs, it's good for them to keep on pressing on, bringing this to the attention of government. On the part of government, it's also important that apart from registering them, as the CSOs make entry, the particular ministry they're working gets to know who has coming, what they are doing, and where they are functioning, their locations, so that there is no concentration in, for instance, the urban areas. A lot of CSO love the urban areas and not the rural areas. And also so that there is balance in their practice in the 3 senatorial districts. That way it's important that government can now regulate. Another thing that bothers government about the operations of the civil society organizations is trying to track the funding. For instance, the funders, UN says they have spent so much, yet they don't know the amount. And when they go for the governors' forums meeting, it becomes disturbing and alarming. And so it is important also that they also are told, made to know, so that they know how much, because once the IPs go and the funders, the donor agencies go, they will give a very large sum. And that large sum disturbs them because they hardly see. So it's important that the announcement, the entry is important. And also on the part of government, they have a ministry or an officer that tracks the donor agencies that are coming and how much, so that when they tell them the spending, they can identify with it and also own it. Thank you so much for this short time, and I wish you wonderful deliberations.
Please, can we make her feel encouraged again? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ma.
Thank you. I mean, from that delivery, you could hear she's been in the field, she's experienced, and she's willing to share with us. So beyond just having to listen to the key speakers to the panel session, this is a great opportunity for civil society organization leaders to connect with people who have been in the space prior to this time, get all of the knowledge they need, more of the hand-holding sometimes.
And ask all the questions they need to ask too, because I know civil society people like to ask questions.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's
Thank you again, Mara, for that wonderful one.
Okay, so we will be taking our first panel session of the day. Panel sessions, especially at conferences of this kind, tend to be quite interesting because I've moderated, a few panels here and there, and one of the things that moderators like to do is they tend to throw these off-the-fly questions, and they get panelists, if not on the spot, as close to the spot as possible, and oftentimes
off the spot. Okay, so I don't think some persons here will be off the spot today. They will stay on the spot.
Our panelists are on point.
Fantastic people.
Yes, they absolutely are. Yes. So the first panel will deal with the subject matter of strengthening the enabling environment for non-profits in Nigeria? How do we go about doing that? What are the strategies that are involved? Where can we find best lessons, or where can we glean best practices right from that? What is applicable within the Nigerian environment, or to be more specific and more granular, within the South or within our individual states? Because let's not act as though we are all operating in the same environment. As we saw from the CSO dashboard, you might be a heavily security impacted state, but that may, in an ironic kind of way, also place you in the right space
at the peak of the statistics, right?
Exactly, in terms of being a vibrant place for civil society to do work. So how do we break through all of those layers in order to achieve a deeper understanding about how to strengthen the non-profit sector in Nigeria?
That's what this panel session will really be taking a deep dive into. And to lead this session, we have one who is very experienced, very amazing human. I call him the walking thesaurus.
I'm allowing you to do this because you know him better than I do.
Okay, he is a walking encyclopedia.
He's your guy.
Oh, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please make welcome the Executive Director of Policy Alerts. He is also the Chairman of the Planning Committee, South-South Regional Conference 2025. I'm talking about no other person but the phenomenal Tijah Bolton Akpan. Please make welcome Tijah. I'm not sure he will need prayers. Tijah, will you need prayers?
He needs no encouragement at all.
Okay.
So, yes, Mr. Bolton Akpan will introduce his panelists. We hand over the floor to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Abasema, you didn't have to do that. Thank you so much, everyone. It's a delight to set the first salvo for the panels at this very important conference. First off, I'll be inviting Dr. Benson Olugbo, who is the lead partner for Olugbo and Partners. He is a seasoned civil society activist, lawyer, and a frontline advocate for civic space strengthening in Nigeria. Benson, you're welcome. Next, I'm delighted to invite again to this stage Dr. Ini Adiakpan. Is she in the room? Please, can someone get hold of her for us? Dr. Adiakpan will be returning to this stage to do justice to Thank you. Next, we would like to invite Confidence Obayuwana. Confidence represents the INGO Forum, that's the International Non-Governmental Organizations Forum. Confidence comes with a huge pedigree in advocacy and management of non-governmental organizations, international non-governmental organizations. Thank you for accepting our invitation, Confidence. Dr. Adiakpan, please, you're welcome back to the panel. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us, and thank you for having a very engaged and committed audience. It's not every time you see at a conference like this, an audience stays put, up to this time and keenly following the proceedings. It's quite encouraging and inspiring. I would like to begin by quoting, quoting something that was said by one of the speakers here today. That was this statement: laws should not be tools of oppression, but instruments of progress. I think that's something that came out of the keynote address we have here today. And let that be the premise from which we take off on this conversation. We have a lawyer here who has practiced privately and also utilized his legal expertise in civil society advocacy. So you understand both sides of the coin. You know what it means to defend people whose freedoms, have been restricted in certain ways. And you have also been in situations where you actually experienced your own freedom being restricted. We also have someone who has played a role of a quasi-regulator, if I might put it that way, heading an MDA at the state level that had a very important interface function with civil society organizations. And we also have someone who has been facilitating at an administrative level the networking and administrative work of international non-governmental organizations, especially considering the fact that INGOs actually play a frontline role, especially in humanitarian context, where some of the labeling and some of the misconceptions around the role of civil society tend to emanate from. So, this is a very, very, all-encompassing panel. So I would like us to put our hands together again for them. Back to that quote: laws should not be tools of oppression, but instruments of progress. I would like to come to you, Benson. Within the context of civil society operating environments in Nigeria, what's the general picture, especially since you spoke on a panel like this, which I moderated last year, and between that time and now, what has changed in terms of the general operating environment for civil society, and in what way have laws, policies, and administrative frameworks, that guide our operations, in what way have they moved from being oppressive tools to instruments of progress?
Thank you very much. I want to stand on the already existing protocol, even though I'm not a politician. But it has already been established. And then seriously also want to commiserate of Benue State for what happened last week. I know most of us are not from Benue State, but if you've been reading if you've been watching what is happening, on the 13th of June we had about more than 200 people dead and a lot of people displaced. So our hearts and minds also go to especially people who live in Benue State and people who are affected by one way or the other with what is happening. And our prayer is that the federal government should do something to rein in those who are responsible and ensure accountability for citizens. So in terms of the question, we are away in terms of regulation. If you have this small paper that Global Rights has produced, I mean, I would just like you to take a look at it, if not, because it answers most of the questions. But from my own perspective, the idea of civil society regulation in Nigeria is more of trying to keep us down. It's not really regulation. It's more of constriction. I mean, CS is here, so we normally do this argument. The reality is that government sees CSOs as part of the opposition. Government sees CSOs as part of the problem. And so, interestingly, you may not believe me, but most of the laws are actually done in a way to restrict the operation of civil society organizations in Nigeria. And anytime you're speaking with any government staff working in a ministry, department, or agency, sometimes also in the National Assembly, what you will hear is that we don't have enough regulation. They bring up this issue of corruption, that you have organizations that get money from foreigners and disappear. Of course, it's possible, but that's not everybody. Just like we also have corruption in Nigeria. They bring up the issue of a lack of accountability, and they bring up so many things. But the question is, how have these organizations failed, I mean ministries, departments, and agencies, in supporting the growth of civil society organizations? There are individuals who work in these organizations who, I mean, we understand, actually do their best to follow the rules, to support NGOs to grow. But from my own perspective, really, if you ask me, I will tell you that between last year and now, the scenario has not really changed. In fact, you still have more laws or regulations that are also looking at how to restrict the activities of non-profit organizations. I mean, looking at this paper, you will see that there is no National Population Commission. National Population Commission, that's under the Ministry of Budget and Finance, they've also come up with their own regulation. And the idea is, the last time I spoke with them, is that they are trying to develop a database for all NGOs that are working in Nigeria. In fact, they want to make it that before you can have any relationship with a foreign organization, that foreign organization will have to come to National Planning Commission to confirm that you are registered with them. And then when it talks about registration, of course, we know registration. Most times, this registration is just to raise funds. And I don't know what happens in Akwa Ibom State here. But interestingly, for you to operate in Akwa Ibom State as a CBO that is registered in Akwa Ibom State, I don't know, but I'm just guessing. You may have to register with the Ministry of Youth. You may have to register with the Ministry of Women Affairs. You may have to register with the Ministry of Education. You may have to register with the Ministry of Environment, depending on the area that you're operating. And of course, the Inland Revenue Service, both at state level and at the federal level. And then the big fishes, Corporate Affairs Commission. You have to go to SCUMI, because if you need to have a bank account, SCUMI will have to give you this certificate that they say they have about 10,000 from Lagos and Abuja that nobody has collected. Now they are moving to electronic certificates and all those things. But banks will allow you to open an account, and you may have a lot of money in the account, but you cannot withdraw until you get this interesting SCUMI certificate that allows you to do business in Nigeria. My argument has always been, and I will always stand on that argument, that the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria gives us the freedom of our association. We don't really need CAC. In order, if we decide we want to establish Friends of Global Rights, you don't need to register with CAC to operate as Friends of Global Rights, right? But the problem is that if you are interested in getting government support, probably you need to have an account and all those things. That is when you now have to, of course, register, have something to do with CAC and all those things. We understand that. But the reality is that this registration, to an extent, is a restriction. Because once you are already there, the truth is that if you look at the number of CSOs that are in Nigeria, barely less than 10 or 15% of them are compliant with all the rules and regulations that all these ministries, departments, and agencies have set up. Unfortunately, sometimes when you even apply maybe to travel abroad and you say you're working with an NGO, they will go to CAC to look at your status. So assuming you have not filed your annual returns, CAC will say you're existing, but your existing is a little suspect. So what is one of the arguments we have always made? I will conclude with that as we go ahead. We have asked some of these ministries, departments, and agencies, why is it that when you are registering with Corporate Affairs Commission, whether it's limited by guarantee or incorporated trustees, you will need all these documentations, NIN, particulars of directors, and the rest of it. Sometimes you need to go to Ministry of Justice to get their consent. That's another ballgame altogether. After that, you go to school meal. Most of the documentation that is required from CAC, you still have to present it again. When you go to another government agency, PENCOM, or whether you're going to Housing Fund, or you're doing registration with any other ministry or department or agency, they will still request for all those documents again. Why don't we harmonize these ministries, departments, and agencies? If you're registering with CAC, let the portal be available for you to do the same registration for FIRS, do the same registration for PENCOM, do the same registration for school meal, because it's still the same NIN, it's still the same documentations, it's still my face. If I'm registering, it's still the same bank account that is being requested by all these things. But in one of the discussions, EFCC told us, well, we have started the process, but the opportunity for them to have this synergy. For those of you who are involved in technology, I'm a lawyer, so I'm not very good in AI. But API, thank you, sir. So they said this API thing is so expensive. And the long and short grammar really is that they require a lot of money in order to integrate all these things. Is it doable? It is doable. Is it something that should be thought about? It is something that should be thought about. Should NGOs campaign for it? We need to campaign for it because the regulations are choking. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Benson, for those keen insights. I'll now come to you, Confidence. I mean, before I come to you, Confidence, point you made there really struck me. We do not have as many organizations complying, right? Very low percentage complying. Yet we're still getting more and more regulations coming on. So the regulators should be asking the question, what is responsible for the low compliance rates? I think, policy making is about getting feedback and utilizing the feedback to improve the policies. So it appears that we are getting tone deaf in terms of actually listening to the, to the effects the policies are having on the people out there. I'll come to you now, Confidence. You have played at that interface between the work INGOs do and the very important impact that work is happening, not just for the delivery of development services to the people, but also for strengthening. Someone used made the distinction between civic space, strengthening civic space, and the impact of a strengthened civic space. So the strengthened civic space in and of itself is a value for democracy. But also what happens when you strengthen civic space, that is the delivery of development dividends to the people, the citizens, is also another level of value. So in your experience, how is that value impacted by restrictions, by the current, regulatory context for civil society operations in the country, especially given the work you do with INGOs?
All right, that's a very powerful question that will take a lot of brain power to respond to, but then again, I thank you so much for putting forward that question. And just like Dr. Benson also permits me to stand on existing protocols as well. And to respond to your question, first a little background about my organization, so that when I respond, you'll be able to understand the perspective from which I'm coming from. So my organization is the Nigeria INGO Forum, which currently consists of about 61 international non-governmental organizations providing services in various sectors across humanitarian development and peace building. And as a forum, what we do is to help coordinate these organizations both internally and externally, and also support them with representation in the UN coordination system and also in government engagements to ensure that their perspectives and the perspective of the community that they support is reflected in government policies. And then we also support with information sharing. And in this capacity, I am currently the government engagement coordinator. So I interface a lot with a lot of government stakeholders around regulatory environment and also around policies that guide program implementation. And to respond to your question, like you mentioned, the civic space is very pivotal to the work of both international and national organization, in the sense that when the space is free for intervention, you have a lot of time and a lot of resources to invest in programs, in issues that matter, and issues that address significant challenges and problems for the end beneficiary. That is when the space is free. But in situations where the civic space is shrinking due to overregulation, then you then get a diverted attention. So organizations no longer focus specifically on their mandate of providing services and support for the vulnerable. They then split their attention into one, providing support, and two, ensuring that they are able to still operate within the legal confines of these regulations that currently exist. So in that sense, if I have 100 million naira, instead of putting 100 million naira into ensuring that the end beneficiary gets food, gets health, gets education, I have to then say 80 million we go for that, and I'm putting 20 million into getting capacities to comply with various regulations. So as a result, I will see that attentions are being diverted, resources are also diverted, and also capacity is also being diverted in order to respond to the regulatory environment. So I'll give an example. So we know recently, immigration recently came up with a new visa system. In the past, we had short-stay visas, which allows international support staff to come in for 30 days and the possibility to extend to 90 days. So which means you come in for 30 days and you can extend for an additional 60 to provide support. But immigration then came up with a new policy to say it's now 30 days. After 30 days, you are done. And we have some international agencies that provide support in the area of cholera, areas of malnutrition. And during the rainy season, it's usually the peak period where some of these diseases spread a lot. And in that period, organizations like MSF, which is Doctors Without Borders, rely on medical support from different parts of the world to come to Nigeria to support such programs, which sometimes extends beyond 30 days. So with this new regulation now, instead of focusing on how best to implement this medical intervention, they are currently thinking about how do we navigate the regulatory environment for this new problem that is caused by the regulation. So they are looking to have meetings here and there. They are looking for resources, because what that means is when you bring in a doctor from maybe South America, the doctor will have to come into Nigeria and then after 30 days fly out, apply for visa again and come in. After 30 days fly out, apply for visa again and come in. And in doing so, these are resources that would have otherwise been used for really important critical medical outreaches. But this is not possible because you then have to split resources between projects and regulation. So I would say it's quite impactful on how that affects the work that we do. We've also faced similar challenges with SCUMO, but I think based on the engagement that we've done with SCUMO, particularly on the areas of terrorism financing, we were able to get some common grounds, and the environment is a little bit eased up. But at this time when the environment was quite tough, it was really difficult to really navigate processes, particularly in terms of the kind of work that INGOs do, particularly around unconditional cash transfers and cash for work. It was really difficult at the time. So it was hard to really get community members to do work and be paid because we couldn't move resources. But due to various engagements, it has eased up a little. So that goes a long way to show the impact of the shrinking space on the work that non-profit organizations do.
Thank you so much, Confidence. I really like the fact that you ended on the note, on a very positive note, on how the engagement is yielding results. And we'll take another round, talking about some of the positive elements of the regulatory environment. But let me come to you, Dr. Adiakpan. You have actually played very important roles at the subnational level. You led a ministry for several years, Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Welfare, which interfaces with civil society a lot, especially very vulnerable constituencies and often excluded constituencies like women, persons with disability, indigenous and local communities. So I would like to hear from you what your experience has been, leading that kind of work until very recently, and perhaps throw more light on some of the things you'd like us to see. You were with us in Calabar, and we judged on some of the issues, but what has changed? What should change?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would want to say, for this population, you know that they are very vulnerable, and like persons in disability, very few CSO work in that space. But when it comes to women empowerment issues, yes, not so much on D and G, and but children, whenever we talk women, we talk children, they go hand in hand. Those ones we have a lot. For us, it has been very engaging, and as extends in the Women Affairs to the orphanages and the children homes. That is where we have a lot of issues crisscrossing into it. But it has been very interesting because in children we have a lot of CSOs working in that space. And that way it's easy to interface, to assist government. I want to tell you that government cannot do everything. But the CSOs are the hands, eyes, and feet of government. Where they cannot go, the CSOs visit the nooks and crannies, and they make it very, very easy for us to cover our work and to go everywhere. Women looks very dry, except for empowerment. And then that will take us to gender issues, which is also predicated on inequality. And inequality in wealth. And you find out that having funds to also empower the women become an issue for them. But thank God for Akwa Ibom State. Our governor has been able to put in a lot in the empowerment of women and young women, and has even commenced with what an institution called Ibom Led that strengthens their capacity to manage their funds, whatever they are given, and their businesses, which is always a problem. But persons in disability still have a lot. We want a lot of interface there because it's a very specialized area that a lot of people, and I would wish a lot of civil society organizations gets into that. Let me talk about the regulations, the regulatory framework with government. Up till now, till I left that ministry, it was not possible to have a one-stop shop where you have the CSOs that register. And that makes the space oppressive. If we look at the shrinking funds, you find out that a lot of persons would want to work there. Because the funds are shrinking and you have a lot of regulations, please, it's very difficult for those who would want to offer their services to function there. Because instead of concentrating on the work you would want to do, you are concentrating, the little funds you have goes into the regulatory framework. How many of them, you count them, you keep on counting them, counting them, counting them. And if they were to help, not to make it oppressive, I think this is where the civil society organizations should be subsidized. And those things for them. What do? Everything they do is volunteerism. Even though they are viewed as being corrupt. But in actual fact, who is corrupt? Who is clean? And you find out that those that their eyes should be trained on are not trained on, they skip. But breathing down on civil society, is it helping us? I don't think it is. Because that's where those participating are thinning. Few can come up. Very few can. And here we can even talk about partnership. But how many people are ready to partner with each other, so that this job can be furthered? So I would wish government and the regulatory agencies would make it less oppressive, so that people who would want to offer their services offer their services.
Thank you so much, Dr. Adiakpan. Those very, very helpful views. I remember when you were speaking earlier, giving your goodwill remarks, you talked about the need for CSOs to actually drive the professionalization and standardization of their own sector. We'll come back to that. But I will now come back to you, Benson. And Dr. Benson, you heard the presentation of the results, right, of the ranking. And there was this trend where we saw the space in the northern part of the country, being, less restrictive, and that was also synonymous with the kind of work, that is going on in that area. And then it was contrasted with the kind of work you get to see by NGOs in the southern part of the country, which is more like, perceived to be antagonistic to government. And we saw that the space is more restrictive in that part. Have you actually, what do you have to say about that trend? And the fact that we are having this conference in the South-South, which happens to be the economic heartbeat of the country. And there are certain trends lately where you have organizations operating because they don't just demand accountability from state actors, but they also demand accountability from corporate actors. So we get to see a whole new level of repression, a whole new level of restriction, and constriction of their rights. So what do you have to say about these developments, these contrasts in terms of the location of civic space issues, and how do you think we can propose location-specific responses, to them? especially in the South.
Yeah, thank you. I actually was sharing a joke with Confidence about the contracts. They told us that when you flock data, data will talk. So one of the things that also happens in data is the contours of the way the data was collected, the respondents, because the data is as good as the methodology that was used to collect the data. There's this joke: if you want to know if you have malaria, you don't drain the whole blood in your system to know whether you have malaria. You just take a small sample and put it under the whatever technology that has been produced. And if the scientists, if they tell you that you have malaria, there is 99.9% possibility that you have malaria, right? So that's how data, demographics, methodology, then the output. But that also reminds you, during the NSAS protests, if you remember in the northeast, north central, in the north really, northwest, northeast, there was less of demonstration against the Nigerian police force. In fact, there were counter demonstrations. And the argument is that they were actually being protected by the police and that they support the police rather than what was happening in the south. But I know that during COVID, when we did a lot of research, 2020, for example, in the southeast, people were wearing the face masks, not because of COVID actually, but because of police officers. Because if you don't have the face masks and you get to the checkpoint and you don't have 15 naira to give to the policeman, you could get killed. And unfortunately, some people actually got killed because of that encounter, unfortunately. So what I'm trying to say is that you don't question that data. That's the reality of Nigeria. Nigeria is a very interesting place in the sense that what may be happening in the south might be different from what is happening in the north. And you ask yourself the reasons. There are so many reasons that sometimes the way we see things from the southern part of the country is also not the way people see some things. I served in Sokoto State anyway, so and it was an interesting experience anyway. And it also helped me to have a good understanding of the north-south understanding and all those things. But one of the things we have found out, and I think Confidence is better prepared to answer this question, is that most NGOs that operate in the north basically work on humanitarian activities. And most of them deal directly with life-saving activities. Like you said, malaria, IDP camps, and all those things. So there is that tendency for them to work in sync with government agencies, that when we come to the south, we are demanding accountability, we are discussing police brutality. There are checkpoints in almost all the roads when you are traveling to the southeast. I remember when we went to Anambra State, the honorable member said, he couldn't come for one reason or the other. I know he'll be there next time and all those things. But there is security challenge. I mean, you could travel from here to a long distances in the north, and you will not see a particular security checkpoint. But once you move to some certain areas in Nigeria, every kilometer you will see a security checkpoint. So those realities will also affect the individuals who are answering those questionnaires that were used to do the ranking. So that should be my own understanding. But let me end with this argument. Thank you, Madam Director, for, you asked who is clean. I think I'm clean because I worked as Executive Director of Clean Foundation. So people used to ask me, are you clean? I say, yes, I'm clean because I work with clean, But on a very serious note, one of the critical things that we have tried to tell honorable members in the state houses of assembly is that a good reading of the Constitution, Idem should be here, and I'm sure he'll be smiling while I'm speaking now, is that there's a provision in the law that actually empowers state houses of assembly to confer legal status to organizations that are operating at the local level. And that is where the state houses of assembly, acting on its powers, is able to pass a law to give legal backing. And there's a court of appeal decision. And we've been going back and forth. I've made different presentations. A lot of lawyers have argued. Those who are with me, I know that those who are with me and those who are not with me and all those things. But we have said, Why don't we test it? Why don't the honorable members at the State House of Assembly pass a law giving legal backing to these organizations that are operating at the local level? Why should an CBO that is working in Uyo here have to register with CAC for you to open an account? And we are saying the State Houses of Assembly have the power because there's a proviso under the Constitution that gives that legal teeth. And even the Court of Appeal has acknowledged that that decision or that law that was made actually in Benue State, where we are having problems now, is the correct interpretation of the law. So there's an ongoing discussion to amend that law in the National Assembly. But we're also saying, why don't we test the law and probably take it to the Supreme Court and see what the judgment will be and all those things. Thank you very much.
Yes, so while the jury is still out, thank you so much, Benson. While the jury is still out on that very highly contested provision, we are here. And the subnationals remain a very important domain of development. In fact, over 50% of federally distributed revenues go to states and local government areas. That means that's where development really happens. And if you want to look at the interventions of civil society organizations, compare between the urban organizations and the rural ones, you find that the rural activities are a lot more. You only get to see advocacy activities, at the metropolis. Now, what should we do, to strengthen, this context subnationally, now that you've gone to it? I would like to I won't want us to speak about it here. I would like to throw this question to the floor, and then my panelists will now sum up based on the interventions. So I would like to hear from you, the audience, what we need to do to strengthen the regulatory environment at the subnational level. Very specific solutions that take cognizance of some of the discussions you've heard in the hall today. So I'd like two persons from this row, two from this row, and one from the smaller row to my left. Yes, Princess, first number. Yes, okay. The gentleman at the front here, that's my brother from CAC. Okay. Yes, the leader, right? Okay, we have two from here. Oh, wow, my honorable member wants to say something. Okay. Mr. Degwe, I'll give you a preferential treatment. So 3 persons from this row. Let's see a hand from there. Okay, right. Dr. IB. Okay, fine. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 there. Okay. So we're starting from here. Yes. Yes. Okay, fine.
Thank you, the moderator, our panelists, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to stand on the well-established protocol. My name is Zome Hassan de Syracuse. I represent Eziago, the Federal Constituency of Enugu State. I am the Deputy Chairman, House Committee on Justice, and at the same time, I'm a member of the House Committee on Disabilities. And it is purely within the ambit of our responsibility in the House Committee on Disability that I am here. But I want to air my view on the issue raised by one of the panelists or discussants, and that is what do we do to strengthen the regulatory environment in the state levels or the local government levels. That's what I understand from the question. First, let me start by saying that, to the best of my knowledge, having practiced law for not less than 15 years, there is nothing in our Constitution that debars the State House of Assembly or Houses of Assembly from conferring legal statutes or rights or powers or authorities to organizations or civil society organizations operating within the confines of the state. There is also nothing in the law that takes away their legislative powers from enacting law regulating the registration of these civil society organizations within the state. Let me give you a practical example. If you go to our local governments, cooperative societies and other organizations are registered in the local government and they acquire the force of the law. In Enugu in particular, where I come from, the State House of Assembly passed a law enabling the creation of neighborhood watch. It's an organization. Their jurisdiction is security related, purely security related. And they are conferred with authorities and powers to work, and they've been working. At the local government level too, some other bodies, many organizations are also registered, and they are given a certificate, and they are recognized by law. I think when it comes to CAC, it is entirely within the choice of the promoters of the organization, depending on the object or the purpose for which the organization or the company is being formed. If it is a company, yes, part A. If it is an organization that you feel, maybe a church, a club, even a club in Enugu, for example, there's a law that empowers us to register a club, not necessarily going to Corporate Affairs Commission, and they acquire the status of legal recognition. So to the best of my knowledge, nothing stops them. But the major problem I see when it comes to civil society organizations is the political will. If the activities of the civil society organization are such that in the eyes of the government will be challenging or something of that nature, you will find a situation where there will be a bit restrictive or the opposition to such organizations. But in law, they can actually promote a law and encourage the existence of those things. That's just my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Thank you so much, Honorable Member. Yes, so we'd like to hear from others. Please try to make your comments or questions very crisp and straight to the point. 90 seconds at the most.
Yeah, the second starts now, I guess. Mine is a reference to Dr. Benson. I'm sure we had a lot of engagements. I'll speak on a point of a staff of CAC and as well a Nigerian. Generally, we knew that Section 40 of the Constitution guarantees freedom of association, but provided if you want to be recognized as a legal entity which you can sue and be sued, you have to register with CAC. It's not that other associations in states are not recognized. You have Widows Association, you have, and even Lagos State decided before the KAMA was amended, they have the LP in Lagos State, which was recognized. But any law they said that is inconsistent with the Constitution is null and void. So as the Right Honorable said, you have a choice. You have a choice. That does not mean your association doesn't have legal rights. You can go ahead and register, but be sure that when you approach SCUMU or other regulatory agencies, they will ask for CAC. And this is due to our peculiarity in this country. Some people take advantage of those things. That is the point. It's not about you are regulated or too regulated. Even CAC as it is, it's not about what is regulation. What do we regulate, actually? Is it that because the Commission asks for annual return filing, or you should register, or when you're operating without registration, you are committing illegal acts? So basically, It's just the peculiarity of our country and the source of funds. Mostly, that's why SCUMU is after people, and FIRS too. You have to be filing returns, all this. But actual regulations, we limit it. We don't go to you, ask you, I'll show you our papers, do this. No. It is the level of compliance that we are talking about. If you see the level of compliance before we start all this engagement, it's minimal. It's highly minimal. Some people, most of the civil societies that you see, they are inactive. You don't even know the owners. But thank God, Honorable Chibuzo is here with the amendment and everything that you, when you are operating as a civil society or as an IT, if you feel that you cannot do, you can transfer the assets to any association and continue. The new KAMA provides that. So something that I really want to emphasize is that states can go ahead and do registration. They can derive their power from the Constitution. They can do that. Nobody is insisting that you must. But still, the KAMA says under section 863 or 853, I can't bring it offhand, that you must, as a matter of fact, register to know who you are dealing with, so that in the event that you are not doing the right thing or you breach a contract, one can approach the court. And then you are a legal entity separate from that association that is registered.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, so we had a hand behind. Please, 90 seconds, no more.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. My name is Ben Hussain. I'm representing Cross River State Civil Society Network. My two key points are this. First is that if the Constitution is giving us a problem, it's our Constitution, it's not military decrees. We've had several meetings and we've not taken a position as civil society to ask for that to be amended. Last year we had the privilege to hear from the barrister, and he made some very clear points about Benue and the fact that his position is that states should pass laws for legal status. But there is no move right now pushing for that provision that is becoming a problem to be amended, or there is no clear-cut example where a law has been passed from last year to this year. In fact, for me on my second part, the issue is that within the civil society community, we are not driving issues that are paramount to us. We are used to representing others, but we are not used to addressing our issues. When from last year we started a conversation about having a commission for civil society to be a one-stop registration, to also be a point where we challenge any existing mechanism of national laws or whatever. Because there are NGOs that don't have any interest working outside their states. There are NGOs who don't have any interest working outside a particular local government. So there is no way we are going to box NGOs to national legislations when they don't have any interest working across the nation. There are categories of NGOs. There are NGOs based on focused thematic areas. Basically, we all started NGO from the grounds that you define your scope, define your focus. Now, if I define my focus to work only maybe in Calabar municipality, why am I going to be bothered about issues of national? When all my attention should be with the local government system. So my first point is that, why are we not taking positions, beginning to drive direct conversation? Where have we demanded for the change of that constitution? Where have we tested the law? Where have we done what has taken place in Benue State, which happened in the military era, by the way, which we were supposed to test in the civilian era? We are not pushing conservations that matter to us. We are not even interested in issues that border our own operations. We are interested in defending other constituencies, but not putting our own issues aright. Please, let's rise from this point, challenge the national constitution on it, literally go to National Assembly and ask for it to be set aside. If by this time we ever have to come back next year, let there be a series of states where we have taken laws to challenge the national fact that we can have legal status. There is a whole lot to do at the states. For me, we should start doing it.
Thank you so much. Challenge the constitutional provisions that limits our freedoms, and also drive a lot around that between now and the next conference. Yes, Princess, I can see your hand up. 90 seconds, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Ambassador Princess from Bayelsa State. I want to talk on just 2 points, and the point I want to talk about is that we talk about this disparity between the regulatory framework for NGOs in the north, and we are saying it's because they are going on humanitarian, and it didn't augur well with me. Based on past work, during the PIA, I was in Senate public hearing to make a presentation, and before then, we perused the solid mineral law vis-a-vis the PIA, and the disparities were there. The solid mineral law, we know solid mineral basically from the northern part, had almost all the protection to protect environment, royalty, and other things. Then the PIA didn't get it. So my conclusion, because I didn't have time to go through or in, is that if Nigerian legislation can come up with a beautiful piece like the solid mineral law, why board us with another law to protect the same thing that is in the same place? So what I saw there is lack of justice, lack of fair play, and equity that is playing out. And it's the same thing that is still playing out now in the regulatory framework for the NGOs. For the intervention from Central Bank, NASAL, they came up with an intervention. And when we engaged them, myself and my organization, when we engaged them and look at it, it was very clear that it was not an intervention that they wanted to impose on the Southern intervention. And for over 2 hours, we engaged them and hold them stand still to look at ways that we will need intervention in the north, in the south, not imposing another region on us before they started looking at aquatic intervention in the south. So I want us to take a position. There is, all of us in the south, to most of us, we are still doing humanitarian. So that is not a ground to say they should be, one side should be free and another side should be regulated. That's what I want to bring on. Lastly, I want to say, lastly, is that there should be a central place, one-stop regulatory bus stop for the CSO, for easy way, because we are looking for money. We are helping government for goodness sake.
Thank you very much.
So
Thank
that's
you.
what
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That central harmonized system, that's good. Yes, the gentleman at the rear there.
Thank you very much. Ambassador Pastor Edewo Egedegbe is my name. I'm the Executive Director of Value Rebate and Empowerment Initiative from Delta State. I appreciate the organizer of this program today for this initiative. My questions are in 2 forms. Scaling policy into action. That's where my first question is coming from. Now, how do we address security agencies that flout orders of court, directive of courts, resolution from the National Assembly, even the State Assembly? How do we address that? Because it's a common norm in Nigeria today that when there is an infraction by the security agencies and civil society want to engage to seek redress, they will snub you. If you take letters to them, just to even listen to your plight, they won't accept the letter. In most cases, you send through courier services, they will ignore accepting those letters. And we are talking about scaling policy into action. How do we deal with that? Because it's a recurring decimal in our everyday practice. Especially the National Assembly that make laws. Matters of urgent public importance, they will call upon security agencies to do XYZ. Sooner than that meeting, you don't hear anything again. So if we are operating a constitutional democracy, how do we reconcile, coming out with resolution, court giving judgment as it affects security agencies and law enforcement agencies, they don't carry them out? How do we reconcile that? That's one. Then 2, the issues of, rights, that is trampled upon. A security agency will hound citizens in detention without enabling court order for such. And you can't engage them. I am worried, and I feel very excited that at a global, rights summit like this, there should be a response to how we can deal with that recurring decimal in our constitutional democracy that we practice. Thank you.
By Dr. Iboro.
I think various speakers have spoken almost exactly what I would have wanted to say. But let me summarize by saying that Nigeria is such a heterogeneous and very large society that we can have one common law that brings everyone together. And I think it's someone that said that we can't have a civil society organization that is only operating in Ibono. And it doesn't have any other business with any other part of the country, registering with the CAC with the same criteria and guideline like a national NGO. And until we come to that realization, I think one of the things that we need to do is that each state should have either a commission or a clearing house that can bring all their civil society together. We don't need a national commission, but we need a state commission that can actually delineate what will be the criteria. If you're going to operate in a village, if you're going to operate in a local government, if you're going to operate beyond the state, so that if we have each of these in all the states together, I think the next thing will be to test the law on the camera to see if it is really workable.
Thank you so much. Clear, tangible proposals. Thank you. All right, so we come back to our panel. We are far behind time, but we are going to make it just capsules of your thoughts on the way forward, given all the comments, questions, and suggestions you've heard from the room. You've got 60 seconds to 90 seconds each. Please begin from confidence.
All right, thank you so much, and good contributions from everyone. I would say that as civil society, one of the issues we face, which is also the same issue that the government also face when putting out regulation, is that the government tends to put everybody in the same box. And we also put ourselves in one singular box. We assume that the solution to our problem is the same for every player in the sector. We've had situations where we've said, these are the issues that the sector currently face, what are the solutions? And then you see different components within the civil society coming up with different solutions and not agreeing to one solution that is sustainable. So how then do you approach the government to say, give us a single regulatory bill that governs an entire sector with diverse needs and diverse responsibility? So that is why I always preach the plurality of the sector. Do not create laws that govern the sector in its totality. Always look at the impact that it has on the various groups that exist. And like I say, I always come back to SCUMO. SCUMO has been able to do this to an extent. We've seen the dashboard that was presented, and it looks like everything is all rosy in the north. It is not. In the north faces more stricter regulatory environments compared to the south. Like Dr. Benson mentioned, just that the parameters in which the data was collected is skewed towards digital rights, advocacy, and the likes. But when it comes to real-time regulations, in the north, we have situations where they tell you NGOs cannot employ from other states. You have to employ from our states. It's shrinking the space. That is one. You have situations where they tell you your assets do not belong to you. If you want to wind up your operations, hand everything to the government. You can't decide who you are passing your assets to. These are all happening in the north. But it is not that it is easier for them in the north or in the south. It's just that in the north, we've resigned to the fact that we have to comply with these regulations, and also owing to the fact that it's also a money issue. So if you don't show compliance to donors that you are obeying the laws of the land, you don't get funding, so they have to comply. So it's quite different. So I would say that civil society, we should get to the point where we come to a common understanding. What do we want? Over time now, we've floated the idea of a single NGO commission. We say some are in support, others are not. And ironically, those who are not in support of a single commission
we go back and cite best practices from the UK and quote the UK Charity Commission. But when we come down to Nigeria, they'll tell you, no, we do not want an NGO commission. So what then do you want to happen? And speaking on the issue of local government regulation, I do not have a problem with regulation. Government should regulate. But the problem I have in regulation is always that caveat that they give to different agencies to say you have the powers to create laws. It is those laws that they create without the approval of the National Assembly that causes the problems most times, not necessarily the law in itself. And to CAC mentioned that you are free to register at the state level because the state confers legal status. But they don't tell you that when you don't go to the bank to open an account, the bank will direct you back to CAC.
Thank you so much, confidence.
So that is some of the issues we need to.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So you push for harmonization, but retain that diversity of the sector. Benson, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think I will encourage us. There are two more panels that are coming up here. The panel with ministry, departments, and agencies, and also the members of the National Assembly is always very interesting. And let me just give you a secret. If you are having problems with CAC, during that panel, please ask as many questions as possible because you can get personal resolution. And probably when they go back to the office, they will tap some buttons and everything will be resolved and you go home happier than you were when you came here. Some of the issues we've already raised, I would not want to belabor what you have raised in terms of the obedience of security agencies. That is one of the things we are still looking for. And the issue of even rights of citizens being trampled upon. That is a discussion for another day. And that's what the point I was trying to make in the morning during the Good Morning Nigeria show, that there is no synergy between our security agencies. They collect intelligence, but they don't really share intelligence. And there's a failure of security in Nigeria, and that is why we are having some of the issues we are having. Mine is that these MDAs are just making money for government, both at the state level and, interestingly, at the federal level. That is to generate revenue. That's the default. So the rest of the thing is to ensure that we don't fall out of line. But the way it is couched is just that everybody wants to rip somebody off and all those things. If not, why would CAC at this point in time, when they know how difficult things are and they are jacking up their distance, even though everybody is on a roll, everybody wants to make money from the poor. So that is unfortunate. But finally, let me make a little advertisement. We run a WhatsApp group that has more than 1,000 members. We fight on CSO regulation anyway, so you can also join us in that fight. But the reality is that some of these issues, we discuss it and we try to find a solution. And it's not as if we are not doing anything. There is currently a move to amend some provisions of the CAMA to ensure that some of the discussions we are having see the light of the day. And also the issue of some constitutional provisions that relate to regulation of civil societies. The Honorable will probably make further comment on that. Whether it will pass the force of law before 2027 is a discussion for another day. But we are not standing one place. There are discussions that are ongoing. Probably what you will do is tap the Honorable member at the back and encourage him to do more.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. And Dr. Adiapan, your final notes before we part.
Well, I'm in sync with a one-stop shop for all NGOs and not the multiplicity of rules for every NGO. Because, like it or not, by the time you say, go to FIRs, go here, go here, go here, you are tapping the funds that could have been used. So a one-stop shop should be set up so that they register once and for all and to use. The other one is with professionalizing the work we do so that it's not an all-commerce work. So it is proper that there is registration. It's proper that a lot of us that got into NGO work, we had to learn a lot about Miss Me and what have you, and human resources management. So it's important For instance, when we got to the ministry working with CCCRN, I discovered that in bringing on board social workers, it had to be that you are either doing anthropology or sociology. But I tried to make sure that even at the school set level, you must have a certification in social work. So also when we talk about professionalism and what we are doing, we know we learn on the job. As you start implementing, before you implement, you are being taught. But it's important that also to add to the regulatory procedure, we should also have something to strengthen and to show that we are professionals. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, my wonderful panelists. And thank you, Dr. Adeapan, for ending on that note that while it's going to be a contest for a sector that is quite voluntary in its character, I think that it's something that's worth considering. Thank you so much, everyone. Confidence, Benson, Dr. Adeapan, for your insights, and thank you, members of the audience, for being quite engaging. We can't stop here. We'll need to keep this conversation going, and that's why we need to leave for another panel to come in. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tijabo Tinakpan, for that. Please, can I ask that the photographer, Jason, I just saw him right now. Yes, please, let's take a picture before. I'm saying let's take a picture as if I'll be in the picture. Okay. All right. First to the panel. I think I would have you Mr. Henshaw also join them. Yeah, co-chair. That's what happens. Come and chair this photograph session. Thank you very much. Another round of applause, please, for that very wonderful panel on how we strengthen the enabling environment for nonprofits in Nigeria. We will dive straight into the next panel. We are cognizant of time, 1, 2, and perhaps more importantly, this second panel is going to deal with the elephant or the crocodile or the which animal is native to Akwa Ibom State? No, please, God forbid. Money cannot be snake. The monkey in the room. Somebody said hippopotamus. Okay. The hippo in the room. Although I'm sure if a hippo comes into this room, no one else will remain here. But we'll be talking about funding, right? As we know, the space for funding for development work, generally in Nigeria, more broadly in Africa, is shrinking. We all know why. We all know that the elephant or the hippo in the room is not a black hippo elephant, it's a white elephant and hippo. The hippo is not African, the hippo is not American. You know the hippo now. We're streaming live, so I actually can't mention names. But we do understand that this is a different funding environment. A lot of you who are practitioners in this space have gone through the 7 stages of grief in terms of understanding how to keep your operations sustainable. A lot of development partners I know have also issued notices to some of their partners to basically say, we're supporting you now, but in 18 months, in 24 months, well, how are you going to keep this project that we are funding right now going? So we have put together a panel who is going to do justice to that subject matter around how we sustain the impact of the work that we do amidst this current funding scarcity which civil society is currently dealing with. And to moderate that panel, we decided We're very funny people. We decided that a founder should moderate that panel for some reason. Yes, so we have none other than the program manager for civil society and youth at the EU delegation to Nigeria and the ECOWAS moderating this panel. Please let's make welcome Ms. Winifred Achegbuson to the panel stage. You're welcome, ma'am. So she will introduce her panelists. They will have 40 minutes to do justice to the subject matter, and then we'll obviously take questions and answers from the audience. In my experience, again, 4th conference that I've been at, we don't need to encourage people to ask questions around funding. Everybody always has questions, you know. What programs do you have? This program that I have, and then on and on and on, right? But we'll try to constrain it to 3, maybe. We'll look at how our time management goes, and if there is some time, probably create space for more questions. So if you already have your questions prepackaged, which often is the case when it comes to funding, make sure your hand comes up quickly. If not, you know how it is. So, Mr. Buson, the stage is yours. Thank you, man. Another round of applause, please, for her.
Thank you, Ikemesit. So my first panelist is somebody, she doesn't remember how long I have known her, but I met her for the first time sometime in 2006. At that time, I attended a female feminist forum in Accra, and it was a forum that consisted of a lot of renowned feminists across Africa, and at that time she was working with WISPEN. So I see that she's surprised to see that I remember that time, but that was the first time I met her. And it's also very impressive to see how far she has come in her work in the civil society space. She wears 2 hats. The first hat is as, firstly, she's a governance and advocacy specialist with over 19 years experience. And like I had mentioned earlier, she wears 2 hats within the institution where she works. First, as the country lead for WACC Node Nigeria. And in this role, she provides leadership and strategic direction to advance WACC's vision and mission within Nigeria's development sector through active engagement with various civil society organizations, key development stakeholders, including government, donors, and the private sector. She also doubles as the head policy influencing and advocacy, also at WACC, where she leads the Institute's strategic direction for policy influencing and advocacy across 18 West African countries. Omolara, I'm still going to continue with the introduction, so wherever you want to sit is fine. So Omolara doesn't only work in Nigeria, she also works across 18 West African countries, like I said, including Cameroon, Chad, and Mauritania. As the head of policy influencing and advocacy, she forges strategic partnerships with relevant stakeholders to continuously map emerging trends and threats to the civic space and open societies, democracy, freedoms, African development priorities, security, economic growth, and sustainable development. And she's already on stage, so Omolara, welcome to my panel. Okay, and the second person is also somebody who has been on this stage quite a number of times. He describes himself in very interesting words. And in this era of democracy, he describes himself as a revolutionary, but I believe that that is also revolutionary in the good sense. He also describes himself as a thinker, and you can tell when you listen to him speak, and he describes himself as a writer. He is the executive director of We the People, a non-governmental organization based in the Niger Delta cities of Port Harcourt and Cross River. He has over 20 years' experience working closely with communities in the Niger Delta, where oil and gas have been extracted for decades with devastating environmental, health, and social consequences. His engagement in these communities have mainly focused on ensuring that decades of environmental pollution are cleaned up, that the human rights of people are respected and protected, that community livelihoods lost to pollution are restored, and that the rising effects of climate change are mitigated. This panelist keenly monitors the unfolding impacts of climate change and hydrocarbon pollution on communities, participates actively in the global climate movement space, as well as in local and international forums on climate change impacts. His research work interrogates Nigeria's plans for combating climate change and driving a just transition. He's passionate about projecting community voices in global conversations around climate justice and environmental remediation, and strengthening community agencies in engaging government and corporate powers. And that person is no other person but our co-convener, Mr. Ken Henshaw. Our third panelist, and by all means not the least, is somebody who I would describe as an A&E song. So he is a son of the soil. And this is also somebody who can be described as the doyen of civil society regulatory environment. He has over 20 years of experience, and for some reason I haven't seen him all day today, so I hope he's in this hall. Okay. He has over 20 years of experience working to develop non-profit and for-profit organizations in Nigeria, UK, and in the US, as well as training and mentoring civil society organizations in Nigeria. He has a thorough knowledge of the principles and practice of statutory laws and regulations for CSOs operating at federal, state, and local government levels in Nigeria. His expertise and understanding includes laws governing not-for-profits registered under CAMA, both as incorporated trustees or companies limited by guarantee, including those established by acts of parliament, those under the cooperative society laws, and those registered by various state governments, MDAs, and local government areas. From 2020 up until 2024, he worked on the Agents for Citizen-Driven Transformation program, where he oversaw planning and implementation of all activities related to strengthening and reforming civil society regulatory frameworks, with the expected result of ensuring appropriate and inclusive civil society regulatory frameworks at national and subnational level. In this role, he initiated and maintained relationships with national and state assemblies, regulators such as the Corporate Affairs Commission, Federal Internal Revenue Service, Pension Commission, Special Control Unit Against Money Laundering, Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning, subnational NDAs, CSOs, development partners, such as the European Union, USAID Scale, OSIWA, and Ford Foundation, amongst others. And he is no other person than a man we call Ogidem. Welcome, sir. And it's by no means deliberate that we are keeping you very far away from us. Also, I know that this is a session that there would most likely be a lot of questions from the floor. And I'm also keen to ensure that we manage our time quite effectively, because we are running way behind the schedule that Global Rights had shared. So I would request, I have a number of questions for each of the three panelists, and I would request that you keep your responses precise to 5 minutes each. I would let you speak for up to 5 minutes, and when it gets to 7 minutes, I would have to cut you. And because I wouldn't want the audience to lose anything that you have to say, I really would encourage that you stick to the 5 minutes mark, so I don't stop you mid-sentence at 7 minutes. And Ikemesit had mentioned that the donor is chairing the panel, and that is very deliberate, because I feel that the people who are on this panel they have a lot of practical experiences to share with members of the people in this room on how to navigate the changes in the funding environment. And I would also say that these changes in the funding environment is not peculiar to Nigeria. Across the world, the major international or institutional donors are reducing their international aid, and not specifically to Nigeria, but across the world. So the shrinking funding space is not something that is peculiar to Nigeria alone. Very recently, in fact, this year has been quite an interesting year. Apart from the partial closure of USAID as an institution, we've also received or heard of announcements by the UK government, by Germany, by Canada, by France, of their reduction in international aid. So this is a very peculiar time for civil society organizations across the world. However, in this case, we are specific to the experiences of civil society organizations. Omalara, you have been with WACSI for quite a long time, I think about 13 years or more. So you have a lot of experience working with an institution that has been involved with building the capacity of civil society organizations. So based on what would be your projection for international aid over the next 5 to 10 years?
Hello? Okay, great. Thank you so much, Winifred, and I think I should sincerely apologize to you. And I mean it, and I have to do this publicly, because if you hadn't said that, there was no way I would recall. Indeed, yes, it's true, I remember now. And I was an intern then. So it's now, I'm sure you're proud with what I have achieved. Thank you so much. I think you've set the context quite right. The international financial landscape would never remain the same. It can never go back to what it used to be. And I think for me, it's always, we've seen this, the signals have always been there, just that we perhaps were not paying attention to it. The kind of conversations that we're having now ought to have been had some 10, 15 years ago. It's not the first time we are noticing the decline in donor funding. And like Winifred said, we are seeing even the most supporting partners, the European Union, we are seeing a lot of the countries within the Union reducing their overseas support for development. But I think what really struck all of us was the way and manner in which the USAID happened. It wasn't the first time that funds were being closed. And working in Nigeria and across the region, we receive a lot of support from Open Society Initiative for West Africa, for example. And then they started the transition, and it led to closure of OSIWA, and everything is moved to the central office in Kenya. So we've seen a lot and different manners of shrinking donor funding, but the approaches have been different. But it took the USAID approach to really wake everyone up. And I think what we are doing at this time is a sort of a fire brigade approach to responses. But I would like to address the question posed to me from two perspectives. What do we expect to see in the next 5 to 10 years? I think we should take a few steps backward and reflect on where we are at this moment. There are two things we need to do. One, we need to think of a sort of survival approach or response to the immediate challenges that we are facing. The closure of some of the aids, the reductions that we are seeing, especially the accessibility of those kind of, little resources to smaller organizations working at the fringes, within the communities, the CBOs, the very small one. And it would need us to recategorize who we are within the civil society. We are not equal. We have the big boys, as I call them. We have the, the smaller boys. And then we have very, the crawling ones. And we would need different kind of support and think differently. So I think for me, the first approach that we need to kind of adopt and unpack and design is how do we respond to those that are on life support? Those that are working in a community somewhere in Maiduguri, or a small organization somewhere in Iwo or Osun State, or even somewhere in Ikot Ekpene, if you like. How do we continue? How do we ensure that these organizations do not die as a result of this unprepared life support system? I think that's the first one. I'm going to come to that a bit. Then we can begin to talk about sustainability approach. And this means two different things. The survivor response is very rapid, is short-term, it's reactionary, if you like. It's not so robust. But the sustainability, which encompasses every one of us, what we expect within the space in the next 10 years, will not require only the survivor, which is immediate, but a more proactive approach to responding to the shrinking that we are seeing. And this is where I have a few points to share. The first, for me, like I said, we need to recategorize ourselves. We have organizations that still have access not only to resources, but to experiences, where we can adopt some kind of hand-holding mechanism to ensure those on life support don't die. That's why I say in the room, from civil society to judiciary to legislatives, everybody talking about to legislatives, everybody talking about regulatory compliance. So when we are, yes, we need to redesign our partnerships. It has to be not only robust, yes, we need to redesign our partnerships. It has to be not only robust, but it must be reconnected to the voices, the people that we represent, the people that we serve. You'll agree with me that over the years we have enjoyed this, I call it free money. Donor comes with money, we bid for it and we get it. And somehow it's kind of detached us from the very grassroots. In other platforms, we have talked a lot about the professionalization of civil society. Where you for a few minutes forget to revisit the whole essence of our existence, and that is mainly redefining partnership. Secondly, we need to begin to, because I go to platforms and I speak local philanthropy, service paying for some of the services and expertise that you have. But the question is, what kind of infrastructure do we have to push that? Take local philanthropy, for example. In West Africa, in Nigeria, and so many other parts of the world, this is an area that we haven't built robust, infrastructure for, including regulatory framework. People want to give, but through what process? We have seen so many high net worth individuals, having their private foundation, the T.Y. Danjuma, the Elumelus, and the likes. And they give to what matters to them. But what the kind of challenges that we are facing as a sector now require a much more collaborative philanthropy giving. What design do we have for that? What kind of framework do we have for it? So if you want to see significant shift in the next 5-10 years, based on my question, we need to start thinking of a robust framework that can incentivize giving beyond. We are not saying people should stop their individual programming through their private foundation, but to rescue the sector through a sustainable approach. We need all these people in the room, and we need to begin to talk about what kind of robust framework we require to strengthen our local philanthropy. Secondly, still talking about regulatory. Is it 5 minutes now? Are you for real? Can I say this because it's very important? Especially, thank you, Winifred, especially because I hear a lot around social entrepreneurship. Charging for something as a charity organization to plunk the profit back into the work that you do, into your charity work. We don't have regulatory framework for that across most of our countries. As a non-for-profit, you are not to make profit. If that is going to happen, then we need to sit with our regulators to begin to unpack what it means. How do we begin to go about it? So there's a lot more conversation we need to have around that. So the vision is clear. We want to be sustainable for years to come, but there's so much we need to invest when it comes to regulation, frameworks, and of course capacity. I think capacity will be the last point. What kind of capacity do we require for the foreseeable, future? It's very important for us as civil society.
Thank you, Omolara, for 8 minutes. You have packed in quite a lot of information there, and it's my sincere hope that members of the civil society community are taking notes. Starting with the last thing I heard you say, infrastructure to encourage local philanthropy and social enterprise, reconnecting with the voices of the grassroots, including grassroots civil society organizations, adopting a sustainability approach, and taking a few steps back to see how, as local civil society organizations, we can continue to function even in a shrinking funding space. Ogidem, I would ask you the second question. As one who has worked on both sides of the divide, you have formed a number of civil society organizations, not for community-based organizations, civil society organizations. You have been involved in training civil society organizations, working with regulators, and also supporting the design of donor-funded programs. Omolara has said quite a number of things in her recommendation on how civil society organizations can position themselves for the next 5 to 10 years. From a donor and a donor implementer perspective, what do you think donors can begin to do to provide local civil society organizations with the help that they need? So when we do get to that point where the funding is shrinking already, and we expect that it will even be less. So in the next 5 to 10 years, we are not having a situation like what happened when USAID left suddenly, that Nigerian civil society organizations are better positioned to continue the work that they do. What can donors or donor-implemented programs do from now? Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Winifred. I have no idea. just as I don't even know why I'm here. So, except that Edosa and Ikemese, they came standing by me when you were calling the names. So, well, okay, but let me try. So, what are we talking about when we're talking about CSOs? Maybe donors need to redefine that. So, who have they been supporting all these years? So, yesterday I was checking public search on CSC website, and good enough, I was sitting by my CSC colleague, Gasalisu. So I checked, and I saw Nigeria Governors Forum. I said, oh, they are registered with you, and they're incorporated trustees, just like any other one, CSO. And I was curious, and I found Southern Governors Forum. I found Southeast Governors Forum, Northwest Governors Forum, Algon. So sometimes we think the CSOs are just those city boys, that advocacy boys, and we're just advocating for them. So I think donors need to, not even just donors, need to have a shift of mind and look at cooperatives, look at the BMOs, business membership organizations, professional bodies, that they are also CSOs. The grassroots, the women group in my village, the youth associations. I joined my village youth association when I was 14. So, and now we are told they cannot even open bank account. So I think donors actually, if they really want to support sustainability of CSOs, need to help CSOs to actually find the right vehicles, legal forms. All right? So I'm surprised we keep talking about incorporated trustees and limited by guarantee in Nigeria. All right? When others are already talking about other things, like public benefit corporation, like community interest companies, like community benefit societies, like charitable community benefit societies that operate like cooperative societies but for interest of community, that operate like companies but for interest of communities. So I'm glad my good friend and champion, Honorable Buzo, is smiling. So, sir, we need to be creative. Donors need to support the process of creatively reviewing the laws to say, what other entities do we need to create to enable CS to survive? So if we have two structures within CAMA, incorporated trustees that I say is not association, that's just trustees, and company limited by guarantee, and now CSC is now saying, oh, if you are incorporated trustees, you can't do income generating. That means only one structure available. So I think I'm not going to talk much. For me, that is the anchor. So donors should, that's the foundational. Okay, help lay the foundation, the proper regulatory framework to create new structures, new innovative structures that CSOs can operate with and be able to survive, self-sustain themselves beyond donor funding. You know, in fact, that's not what the question is about. If you really want to find out about sustainable CSOs, I don't know how many state-registered grassroots CSOs are in this room. Go and ask them how they've been surviving, all right? My mother's widows group in the village, you know, self-help group. Ask them and they will share with you. And yet they've not written a single proposal. So, so I think, but I think for me, we really need to seriously find a way. The question actually should be more how to sustain the grassroots CSOs. There's no statistic, but I think that, I always feel that they are more in number than the CSC registered CSOs. So that would be my take for now. I thought I would not even speak up to 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ogaidem. And you spoke more than 2 minutes, but you did not speak up to 5 minutes, so I didn't have cause to cut you short. And some of what you have said reiterate what Omolara said earlier, because you talked about community-based organizations surviving through the years. And I think that this is very similar to Omolara's suggestion about going back to the grassroots to get grassroots voices on what it means to be a civil society organization and sustain grassroots civil society organizations. Mr. Henshaw, you will take the next question, because Ogaidem had thrown an open question to no one in any particular order about how grassroots CSOs have sustained themselves even without writing a single proposal. You have a civil society organization that has existed in the Niger Delta, and I know that your organization has had period when it has enjoyed donor funding, and it has had period when it was unpopular amongst government institutions, and had period where there was reduced donor funding. As one who has founded and managed a civil society organization for a number of years, what have been those strategies you have adopted to ensure that your organization stays afloat through the years?
Thank you so much, Winnie. Thank you. I'll get to that, but it's important to take off from the foundation which Ogaidem laid about, CBOs. And I'll tell a story very quickly. I have a friend, his name is Dan. He has a cluster of friends, about 13 of them. every year they come together, put resources together, and they make exercise books. And they donate it to the primary school in their community. They have a name for their group. And recently they came to me with a complaint. They were wondering if they could use my organization's bank account to receive money. Because one donor who promised them a chunk of money, an individual, 2 million naira to print exercise books, had said he was not going to pay into the account of any individual and needed an account that reflected, an organization. And they lost that money because I wouldn't give them mine, right? They lost that money. And it's not just dance organization in Calabar that has this difficulty. I agree with Oga Idem that there are, in fact, more CBOs than there are our regular NGOs, the type we have in the room. And I think that this is something that the regulators do not really see. That the regulations being put in place do not just affect us. In fact, we have means of navigating it. But the organizations at the grassroots do not have those means or opportunities to navigate this. It's important to make that point. And there's a philosophical angle to this. The philosophical angle is that elsewhere in the world, organizations, civil society organizations, reputable civil society organizations actually grow mostly from CBOs. Gradually grow. And then their objectives become expanded and then they transition into being national and international NGOs. In Nigeria, because of the regulations we have in place, you are forced immediately into mainstream. Immediately into mainstream. And that creates another funding problem, right? So, smaller CBOs in the community that have caught their niche in those spaces cannot transition. They remain there, and unfortunately, they die there at that space. So, and our own organization, mid-level and high-level NGOs, have to depend on donor funding for survival. That also has its own complications. Complications around agenda, right? Every donor has got an agenda. Maybe agenda is not the word. Has got a worldview, right? And sometimes that worldview is not in sync with your own worldview. And so what happens? You have to water down your worldview in order to adopt the funding mainstream worldview. That has significantly weakened civil society organizations in Nigeria. And going back to your question, Winifred, how have we survived? Yes, you're correct. We've had times that even paying salaries was a bit difficult, right? Some colleagues, especially during COVID, some colleagues will say, listen, Ken, this is not worth it anymore. I better go and look for a life. We've had those situations, but I think something that has helped us a great deal has been crafting a relationship with people who support your cause, who fund you, a relationship that goes beyond just funding, right? I think it's important that people need to know that they can trust you and that you stand for more than just donor funding, reporting, proposal, funding, report. You stand for more than that. And that level of credibility is critical and important, especially in this space. In our organization, we have had to reject funding simply because it's not in it doesn't sync with our objectives as an organization. We have had oil companies, for example, offer us donor funding, and we simply say, no, we do not take money from oil companies. Juicy proposals. You will do a lot of very significant work, but it doesn't just sit well with us. And I think that that's one very important thing. And another thing that I think has worked for us to stay funded, stay supported, because it's not just funding now, is to stay supported by your community, the communities you serve, is that you must treat those communities not just as routes to reaching Winifred, a donor, or Usiwa. Just treat them as routes to getting funding and then you move on. No. It's important to know that sometimes those donors go back to those communities to verify exactly what your credentials are, the impact you bring to the table. And you treat those people not as passerbys, but as critical partners. You co-create with them, develop plans, strategies, every single thing with them. In the long run, I think that we will need to, I've done 5 minutes, 2 more. I think that in the long run, I agree with Omolara 100%. We will not have the 1990s, early 2000s funding pattern, free money for all. That era is gone. A lot of our traditional donors in the global north are going right. Countries are going right. And you won't see that pattern of funds. So we have to be a lot more creative. And one way of doing so, I agree with the social enterprise model, but I also agree that companies that exist within our spaces could be leveraged upon to do their the so-called corporate social responsibility, through supporting civil society organizations. We can even explore crowdfunding as strategies. We could even, in fact, if anybody says that in Africa we don't have a tradition of giving, that's absolutely wrong. We have a robust tradition of giving. It's in our culture, it's in our traditions, but we have simply not leveraged on that culture of giving. And the only way we can leverage on that culture is if we show responsibility to those communities and show accountability to them. So we could take what is happening in the funding framework as an opportunity for us to totally go a different route, a more sustainable route, a more representative route, a more participatory route, a route that allows us work more closely with communities we serve than with donors who give us money.
Ken, thank you. I know that I can trust you to speak honestly, but it's also sounding like if organizations go the route you're suggesting, subsequent regional conferences, I will be called Winifred. Nobody will call me Madam Winifred anymore. But I think your recommendations are very key, and it's also useful to have you speak about this because these are tried and tested strategies that you have used. So you're not just speaking. Your response is not theoretical by any means. It is practical, and you're talking what you have. And we are entering into a very interesting period as a country. Like I had mentioned to the Deputy Speaker yesterday when we met, that we know that we are entering into a season of politicking from the last quarter of this year, and we should expect that for all of 2026 into the general elections in 2027, that the attention will be focused on the 2027 elections. And we also know that as elections get closer, the environment for civil society participation and freedom of expression by the by the civil society, not necessarily civil society organizations, by citizens become even more constrained, whether it's at federal level or is at a subnational level. When you juxtapose this with the impact the regulatory environment currently has on Nigerian civil society organization, and you also look at how much less funding is for civil society work, how would you say that civil society organizations should position themselves to continue to do the work that they are doing and also take on board civic education ahead of the 2027 election? So Ken, that question is for you.
Thank you once again, Winifred. Thank you. It's a tough question. I didn't prepare for this one. But yes, you're absolutely correct. 2027 is by the corner. And in fact, people have started declaring already. And by next year, a lot of things will grind to a halt. It will be politicking season and all that. And if you know politicking season very well, attention tends to shift away from the kind of work we do and go to, well, political philanthropy, so to speak. So how do we stay relevant in that space? And I think in having a conversation about how we stay relevant and how we can participate more effectively in that electioneering process, I will go back to something I did with Global Rights. Those I just walked away. It's a report that forensically studies the cases of electoral malfeasance that happened in 2023. It's a very detailed, decent report. It's on the website. And I researched those instances of electoral malfeasance. And I think that for civil society to stay relevant in the next election, reports such as that could be very exceptionally useful. It could become tools of advocacy which we take hold of at this moment and start pushing that are very, very pertinent and important. And I think it's also a key indicator of how successful civil society oversight around the next elections will end up being. We had in 2011, 15, 19, so many cases, documented cases of electoral malfeasance, well documented by election monitors. These cases were not pushed for resolution with the relevant agencies. There are many. But I think that in 2023, for the first time, we actually had these things well documented in a book. And I'm fully aware that the responsible agencies, including INEC and the police, have been given this document. These are smoking guns of clear-cut electoral malpractices. Clear-cut, right? With all the evidence forensically verified given to them. Civil society success in influencing how clean the electoral process is in 2027 can be grounded in how much they use such reports to demand for accountability. If we demand for accountability over things that happened in 2023, there's the likelihood that there will be a reduction or a deterrence from such incidents happening in 2027, and this will be a great indicator for the work we do and our oversight in that space. But speaking, more generally, especially in the context of funding, with reduced funding opportunity for civil society organizations, there is every tendency that our ability to go out there on the field, as we often do, to document, travel around, and monitor the elections and produce reports will be greatly reduced. So there's no US aid anymore. They used to fund elections. I mean, there are several other bodies. So the opportunity in terms of fund will reduce significantly. And again, my strategy to keep civil society consistently relevant even within that election is the same as my earlier talk, which is we need to go back and reconnect with the communities we serve. And it's with the understanding and trust that these communities have the same objective or the same passions. They don't care, like Amilcar Cabral said, that communities do not care about the thing in anybody's head. They just want their lives to move forward. They want to be able to feed themselves and their children. They just want progress. In the long run, that's what they want. And when they take 5,000 naira, it's because they want personal progress, howbeit momentarily. So if we trust our communities and then we go back there to reconnect with them around issues of the 2027 election, I am very practical and sure that it could become an opportunity. I mean, the funding paucity could actually become an opportunity for us to reconnect with the constituency that we have long abandoned, unfortunately. Okay? So if we do not have to defend budget monitoring activities or monitoring proposals with OSIWA, USAID, and so on, probably we'll have to rechannel our rhetorics from proposal writing to solid arguments to motivate our communities to join us, support us in monitoring election. Our funding difficulties could be quite transformational. It's about how we are able to use it and how we are able to navigate through it.
Thank you, Ken. I was smiling because the timekeeper now lost track of time just listening to you. And it's also good to hear in your responses, you reiterated some of the messages that had come previously from Omolara and Ogaidem. You talked about creativity, and Ogaidem also talked about creativity. So whereas you talked about creativity from the civil society organization point of view, being creative in going back to your communities to see how you can serve them, Ogaidem talked about creativity with how donors approach support to civil society organizations. And also, when you made reference to utilizing the Global Rights Report, what came to me, from that was about collaboration, using existing resources to advocate, and also early positioning, which was also related to something Omolara had said earlier, that as civil society organizations, we should begin to position ourselves earlier so we are not impacted on by the circumstance, but we can begin to influence the circumstance. So it's quite interesting to see how the different responses by all three of you are reinforcing what you have said, or what you're saying, your responses. I would come back to you, Ogidem, and I believe that this is a question you can answer, and this is not a question that you would say you do not know, because you did this for 4 years on the Act. So what would be your recommendations to government actors concerning addressing the negative impacts of regulations on the receipt and utilization of funds by CSOs? And I ask this question because a lot of the times, the perception by government actors is that CSOs just receive money from international actors, which they spend as they like. And you have a relationship with local CSOs, you have a relationship with government stakeholders, you have a relationship with donor actors. What would be your recommendation, particularly to government actors, on how they can amend regulations in such a way that civil society, receipt of funding by civil society organizations is not negatively impacted, to allow CSOs do or perform their primary mandate?
Hello. I'm actually thinking of what regulation exists in this regard. I don't actually know, because the CAMA, for example, is just registering. Then you do post-registration returns. At the Women Affairs Ministry, you register cooperatives, the same. So, unlike some other countries that actually have laws that actually regulate receiving funds and utilizing the funds, whether local funds or not. Maybe is more of a lack of framework for us. And maybe that's why any regulator would wake up and impose anything. So perhaps my simple recommendation then would be, but CSOs have to agree as well. I think someone said, previous panel, CSOs, sometimes we don't know what we want. So sometimes some regulations are good because they spell out the boundaries. When you don't have it, then anybody can wake up and do anything. So for me, maybe I keep looking at Honorable Buzo because I know when I'm talking, I look at the people that can move the needles. So maybe we need something in that direction, some regulation, but it needs to be co-created. So Honorable, I'm not saying you go back and write the law alone in your office. So it needs to be co-created with donors involved, with CSOs involved, with the government people involved, so that we know there's this thing, and then if any other person is waking up tomorrow and come up with some policy of his own that is not aligning, we refer to that framework. So for me, I think that probably is going to solve it. And interestingly, I think around 2010, 2011, there was actually a law, a bill on receiving and utilizing donor funds. But I don't think it was actually, no, I think it was introduced. It went to committee stage. So, but it was not co-created. That's the difference. So, Honorable Buzo, we, after this, we need to find a way, you need to find a way of co-creating something. Thank you.
Thank you, Ogaidem. And then I will reiterate that co-creation to make sure that Honorable Ogbuzo heard it very well. And not just only Honorable Ogbuzo, because he's not the only government representative in the room, but I think that also goes across to the state and other federal governments, representatives from other state and federal government agencies. So, Omalora, my last question would come to you, and my admiration for WACC is an open secret. I have followed very closely the institution, and I see how it has moved from strength to strength every passing year. And even the launch of the country node here in Nigeria is also a testament of the growth of WACSI. WACSI is a civil society organization, and it has positioned itself to build the capacities of civil society organizations in West Africa. So my last question to you would be related to my first question to you. Based on how you project that the funding space would be over the next 5 to 10 years, what opportunities is WACSI providing to local civil society organizations in Nigeria to enable them position themselves for these changes?
Thank you so much, Winifred, and thanks to Gaidem and my brother here. I think there are a number of opportunities that we need to take as civil society, and one of those is the reasons why WACSI is brought closer to civil society constituents in Nigeria. Permit me to say that, the question around capacity building for now, the time of crisis response and the foreseeable future is quite important. Civil society as an organization operating within this shifting, fluid, unstable space would need to unlearn and relearn a number of things, many things actually. Like he said, the free cakes seems to have dried up. So we would need to unlearn and relearn many things. And the first thing for me is this. One, civil society needs to revisit the system of operation they have. We need to adopt what I call innovative mindset to operations, to resourcing, and to delivery. This will require new capacity, definitely, and it's one of the reasons why WACSI node is here in terms of operational capacity development and institutional building, particularly if we have to tap into our local resourcing ability. There's a lot of money in Nigeria, but I dare say that money is important, but it's not enough to fix this, array of issues that we are dealing with as a sector. The question of programming is there. That of partnership building is there. Collaboration. And when he was talking about the elections and what 2027 holds, it can actually break hearts to see that some of the remnants of 2023 election is still quite apparent, even within the civil society sector. We would need to fix that, right? How do we redefine collaboration between and among ourselves, from the north to the south, south to the east, and the likes? It's important because the goal that we all have is the same. We want to see an improvement in the life of our people. So strengthening our institutional system, our operational systems, the way and manner in which we work together, it's very important. And it requires some new capacity if you don't already have it. And this is one of the reasons why WACSI is here. The second point for me will be around, building our capacities specifically on alternative models of resource mobilization. And honestly, I see a lot of money being mobilized on the digital platform. How can we as civil society begin to develop impactful storytelling? The impacts that we have made across several communities. How do we package it to leverage, the strength that the digital platform, crowdfunding, GoFundMe and the likes, that they offer? How do we curate a story, that someone even off the shore of the continent will see and feel connected to? These things requires capacity, and it's one of the areas that WACSI can readily provide support. In addition to that, civil society organizations, we need to cut and watch the way we spend. Honestly, this may not sound or sit so well with many. An average civil society organization that's been donor funded for years can be quite wasteful. Wasteful in how we spend and implement, you know, the resources and the likes that we have. So how do we imbibe a business model in our operations? How do we ensure that we cut down overlaps and unnecessary waste? And that also brings me to the point around duplications of effort. Everybody wants their logo, their identity, their faces. We are the one doing ABC and D. It's all good, but the time has changed. We need to change. How can we work together across thematic lines, for example, or state or region? I don't need to reinvent what you're doing. How can I scale it up if I have additional resources? All these things requires capacity. People will ask you, you know, people will tell you, you know, these are the big organizations. They are going to clamp me down. They are going to steal the show. We can find a framework to that. What kind of framework will work for collaborative proposal writing, project implementation, and all of that. All of these are areas of capacity development that WACSI has in stock. In addition to that, we also need to look at how we are adopting and using technology. One of the easiest tool that I should say, I mean, I do understand that there's quite, you know, a number of disadvantages when it comes to tech adoption, accessibility or affordability of it, depending on where you are, whether you are in the city center or you are in the communities. But it's a fact. We cannot advance to the future that we want without going with technology. We need to use technology. We need to increase our adoption, you know, appetite, the usability of it, and the skills. And this is another major area that WACSI is very high on. How can we support civil society with technology capacity to advance the work that they do at the community, at the state or even regional or national level? There are so many offerings that we have in that area that WACSI provides, you know, support on. I think one important area as well that WACSI is working on now is how to make that case. You know, there's been this long struggle around making a case for corporate support for civil society. You know, you approach big companies and corporations, and it's like you can't find a case to make. Some of them will tell you, we already have our CSR, it's focused on beauty pageantry, it's on football. All these things are good to push forth our art and culture, but there are organizations, and you mentioned it, organizations pushing for social justice, advocacy have been hugely impacted by this shrinking. The voices are drying up. They need support. How do we make social justice case and support with corporate entities? What does it mean for a Dangote foundation to support advocacy in one area or the other? It seems difficult. We are still struggling on how to make that case. And it's part of the work that WACSI is trying to do, not only in Nigeria, but across the region. How can we partner with upstream corporations? How can they see a reason and relevance in our existence as an advocacy organization? Not necessarily maybe gender or health. These are relevant, but there are people that continuously push beyond the boundaries, ensuring that the law works, ensuring that there are peace and security, ensuring that there are integration. These are difficult cases to make because you are not counting the schools or the boreholes and the likes that you have done, but you are weaving something together. How do we make that case for businesses to support? And it's one of the areas that we are now trying to, you know, beam more light and unpack and make a case for it. And of course, everybody's support will be required. So WACSI runs different training programs, from strengthening your monitoring and evaluation system to financial management, operations, governance and leadership, board governance, you know, meeting some of these regulatory compliance needs, civic space protection. So it's a whole range, and I would, you know, invite you to visit our website, www.wacsi.org, WACSI.org. And yeah, so these are some of the support.
Thank you, Omolara. I can be sure that you will have a lot of people come to you after, at the end of the session or after the panel. So at this point, I have stopped asking you questions, and we would open the floor to questions, or we would take questions. But before we take questions from people in the hall, we would take questions from our online participants. So we'll take questions from the online participants first, and I would ask that For the online participants, please mention who you are asking your question to before you start asking your question. So we'll take questions from the online participants first, and then we'll take... Ikemesot, how many questions are we taking from the floor? Okay, so we'll take 2 questions online, and we will take 2 questions from the floor. So I see 2 hands up already on the floor. So we'll start with this side and then give the panelists time to respond and also ask more questions if we have time.
Okay, so I think we can grant permission. I think we have one hand raised online. So if you can unmute and ask a question, or if you have a comment, make a comment. Please let your questions be questions. No preambles to questions. No further questions. Thank you. What did you say? Yes, Madam Abiodun, the floor is yours. If you can unmute and speak, we should be able to hear you. You can proceed.
promote philanthropy at the grassroots level. Nigerians are very giving people, but the laws themselves do not allow people to want to give. They don't receive credit for giving. So, for example, in a country like the United States and in most of Europe, if you give to charity, you will receive a tax break for the amount that you're giving to a charitable organization. In Nigeria, we have no such thing. So, which discourages organizations and individuals from also formally giving in that sense. We also need to have a mind shift about individual donors and developing templates for engagement. And I speak not only to donors, I speak to myself as well, I speak to us as NGOs, as civil society organizations, that we really don't believe that engaging individual donors can raise sufficient amounts of money for the work we do, especially when we work on social justice and accountability issues. But in other countries, it works. The question is, why isn't it working and how can we tweak it? Because Nigerians do want accountability. They don't know how to go about it. They see our organizations, they applaud us. But in what other ways can they support us? And finally, I'm going to one committee that we quiet now. It's about the political philanthropy that is going on across the world and in Nigeria that is also inhibiting the kind of funding that civil society organizations need. Political philanthropy is people realizing where the power lies, where the political power blocks. And so that is where the main money of philanthropy is going to. That's why Downwood is speaking his money. Let us speak English plainly. How do we shift this? It's all in the work that we do, and in shifting that political philanthropy back into putting power in the hands of people, helping people realize that they will support politicians. You better be supporting accountability of these politicians. It's also very, very critical. So I will stop. Thanks for indulging.
Thank you very much, Abby, for that very, very useful, very timely intervention. Okay, so in the absence of, we'll give our online attendees the opportunity to collate their thoughts, and if anyone else has any questions or comments,
so there,
then
you can sit.
Okay.
There's no other question online
for now.
Okay, so there were two hands raised here. These two gentlemen here, and then one hand raised there. So it will be 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
And then the woman in the mustard-colored top will be 4.
Okay, so that's 4. All right. So I'll start with questions should be questions and short and brief. Thank you.
Yeah. Good evening or good afternoon, everyone. I don't know the time now. My question goes to Laura. The issue you have mentioned about so many options, and they are very interesting. Survivors approach, alternative funding model, sustainability approach, and working together. But the other one of social entrepreneurship is where I have concern. You know, in some of our communities, for instance, in Calabar municipality, you set up a small place and say, okay, you want to now start collecting small money for computer work and all that. All of a sudden, you see so many people coming in to invade your office in the name of taxes. And my question is, how can a small NGO that is aspiring survive that kind of pressure? Because we are actually advocating for increased domestic release of domestic funding. We have budget every year in our state. We have budget for tuberculosis, for instance, and we'll be mounting pressure. Let this money be released. It does not be possible. That is another source that would have been helping. That is stimulating domestic funding. But my question is on social entrepreneurship, which is supposed to be something that will generate money to plow back to sustain our organization. You come and see that kind of pressure. How do we cope? Thank you.
Thank you. So may I just request, Winifred, that we take all the questions. So panelists to whom the questions are directed at, they can know them, and then we can just take them all at once. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Philip Kalio. My question goes to, I'm sure he knows already, Ken. You know, when Ken speaks, it's very difficult to have a question to ask him. He's always been very apt and inciting. Yeah, Ken, what steps can we take to build trust and sustainable collaboration with the communities we partner with? Like you did say, you know, donors don't just give you money now. When you design a program or a project, definitely get back to the community you have worked with to know how well you actually worked with them, and try to get that transparency, whether that worked, and so on and so forth. So moving forward from now, for those who want to really create that collaboration and trust, I would appreciate if you can shed light on the step that could be taken. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kalio. So I'll come to you, Ma, and then I'll go across.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Dr. Koke. So I've just been reawakened to the fact that the challenges that the CSOs will be facing in this time, the challenges of coming from shrinking funding, is as a result, partly as a result of the focus on funding projects and less focus on funding people. You know, it's always about the projects and almost never about the people that are actually executing this project. And when Ken mentioned the CSO that approached him, the CBO, about using his account to get access to particular funding, and all I could think is how somehow Ken has been instrumental in allowing this CBO lose funding, not because, yes, it's not his fault, but then that's all I've just been thinking about. So we lack CSO members, especially the CBOs, lack capacity. Yes, it is a question. I'm coming to the question. They lack the capacity to survive, not to talk of even become sustainable. So I'm just wondering, now that the funding opportunities are shrinking, and there's this need for funding for capacity, to build capacity, how do we begin to get these CBOs understand the realities on ground right now and begin to, I don't know, what kind of skills should we begin to tell them to begin to develop, and what are their plans on ground to really go to these CBOs and give them the exact training that they need to survive and then to become sustainable?
So just to clarify, is this question for Mr. Ken? Or it's for who? Mr. Ken. Okay, all right. I would probably also like Ogidem to take a stab at that question too, especially since it's I'm sure we'll find someone who will ask you a question. Oh, I see. Okay.
It's more of a suggestion. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chinyere. I am from Edo State, and I'm also a deaf person. I appreciate what the Global Right have done by providing sign language interpreter for this great event. So now my suggestion is that, or my opinion is that, for CSOs, okay, during the first panel discussion, we have the former Commissioner for Women Affairs talked about less impact in the disability area. So we emphasize that for CSO to carry deaf persons along, they should make use of sign language interpreters so that they can be carried along. So the second question now is, there should also be a regulatory body that govern CSOs so that they can address any issues related to them. Now, they should also make laws that will make tax more easier for them to be able to incorporate their activities, because most times when they pay multiple tax, they find it so difficult to continue their programs or their projects, and most times they can't even attend conferences because of these taxes. So that is my suggestion. So because we have as an association, we have registered with CAC, but most times we submit our letter for support through to CSOs, but most times they don't listen to us. They don't see our association as very, very paramount compared to others. So we are suggesting that anytime we make requests, they should also give attention to us as swift as every other organization. Thank you so much. That's my question.
Thank you very much, Ma, for your suggestions. So we have 3 questions, 4 panelists. Well, 3 questions, but we'll get 4 responses. because one question is going to get a response from you and Oga Ken. So I think we can proceed.
Okay, so Ken, I'll hand over.
Thank you so much. Quickly, I'll start with Dr. Philip Kallio. Thank you for your question. How do we build? How do we do my suggestion, right? So really, for me, it's about, there's something we have done wrong in the past. And that's the fact that we have treated communities, those people at the grassroots, as if they do not know. You know, I had an instance where I went to a community with a colleague of mine in my former organization, and he went, he was saying, we are here to teach you what you don't know. We know that you don't understand these things, so we are here to help you and all that. And when the first speaker picked the microphone, he said, my name is Dr. that, former permanent secretary, retired. This one's I'm professor, this, former DVC, this university. And this, my colleague, felt small. So we do that a lot, thinking that communities don't know. But at our organization in the last 7 years, we have come to realize that communities actually know a lot more than we give them credit for. And as you heard from my citation, I do a lot of work. Aside from the civic space, I do a lot of work around environment and climate change. And you'll be shocked at how much communities know about something like climate change adaptation. That sounds very technical. They do know a lot. I think that the critical step in the work we do is that we must understand that. We must accept the reality that communities know a lot, and we must trust them. Trusting them is not just telling them you trust them, but it's also to show them that respect by co-creating the project with them. Not just, looking for a well-written solution in a fancy, glossy proposal, then look for a community in Nigeria to implement it, right? You go and look for a problem when you have had the solution already. No, it's by co-creating that solution with them. We don't often do that. And communities actually do know. We just need to trust them and believe that they know a lot. The other question I got was from Dr. Cookie about my friend's NGO that lost funding. Well, and it's part of the regulatory thing, I couldn't possibly take money from an individual, in my account for another, and then transfer it to another private account. That will give me, you know what that means? That will be scary, what happens. No explanatory note will explain what just happened to an auditor looking at it from outside. So I said, no, I decline. He lost the funding, unfortunately. But it's not such a bad thing, really. And your conclusion from that scenario is a bit faulty. I mean, you said that CBOs lack some kind of capacity and we need to build their capacity. Now, this is still about our arrogance, that they lack capacity. Let's backtrack to what Oga Idem said about we going to them and ask them how they have survived this long. We do not need to force them into our model of civil society. We don't need to force them into that model. They have a good model. And who says that them having more money is more work, more good product? Just go to any indigenous community like in Rivers State, go through Ikwere Road on a Sunday, right? And see the number of flashy uniform wearing women clustered together with 2 bottles of Fanta on their table. Every Sunday, different cluster. Those are CBOs doing very brilliant and interesting work. To go now and build their capacity on how they can best comply to CAC regulation and get SCUMUL and FIRS and so on, you're just going to confuse them, right? I think what we need to do is support them to do better what it is they do, and our support should come in terms of getting them some kind of recognition, howbeit at the state level. Yeah, that will be it.
So, Omolara, there's one specific question for you on social entrepreneurship, how a small NGO can handle mounting pressure of taxation when they engage in social enterprise. However, I would also like to turn Chinyere's suggestion as a question to you to know if the capacity building sessions that are provided by WACC are inclusive for people with disabilities.
Thank you so much, Winifred, and thanks to all the people that asked the question. I think I will draw my inspirations from Oga Idem's political response. So I didn't put the political in the mic, but political response. When he talked about donor playing a more facilitative role in ensuring that civil society have the right legal vehicle to survive the new times. I think I read more meanings to that than just how it sounded on the face value. And what do I mean? The question around social entrepreneurship. We are in a new era. So it suffices to say that even the regulations that we are talking about, be it over regulations or over compliance and all of that, it's not all encompassing. So it's a very valid question that you ask. If you are to transition or step into the social enterprise space, what kind of risk exists? And one of them you kind of shared, that people can come and say you have to pay this tax and all of that. So we need to make our regulatory framework robust, or we need to revisit the current regulatory environment and regulations that we have basically to fit or to be fit for the purpose of a time like this. What we currently have, considering the new times, the tides, and the instability and the fluidity within the space, is it fit for purpose? Does it create that space for you to innovate and try something new in order for you to exist for the next 10, 15 years? And this is what I believe, my interpretation of Oga Idem's point around legal vehicle. And that kind of discussions or intervention cannot be one-sided. It has to be very, very collaborative, inclusive. Everybody within the space, from government to donor to private sector to civil society, all sorts of civil society up to the community levels, we need to be part of that conversation, because the space in which we work has changed and we continue to change. In fact, I noted that what has happened is what we know. What is going to happen, we have no idea. Because this world we have is changing and changing so fast. So yes, so what I can say in terms of that is, and I think I'll build on Ken's point, we need to be more accountable. We need to be more collaborative with our community. The community, and it's indeed arrogant, I completely agree with you, to think that, and you can see this arrogance even in some of the nomenclatures, the concept that we use. The communities are beneficiary of our effort. We are the one that have come to save this community, so we are the saviors as NGO, and it's a colonized language. And I love what Madam Abiodun said. We need to decolonize some of the concepts that we use in engaging within the sector. So if such is going to happen outside the regulatory framework, I think if the community are active participants of what you are charging for, if they know the values of whatever amount you're charging or the kind of services that you offer, I think that it will be challenging for a third party to want to disrupt such support. So I think strengthening community engagement, making it inclusive and co-created would be my proposal to that, or my recommendation to that. And just to touch on the points, I think one question around Ken's story of losing his friend's organization losing resources. In our work as a capacity development organization, we have truly seen some organization, association, networks, very small, sometimes they are not so small, who do not have, the structure, certain structures that are demanded by certain donors to receive resources, maybe financial system, requirement, this paper, that certificate, they don't have it. And part of the work that we do as a capacity development institution is to provide technical support beyond the trainings, the coaching, and the likes. Providing technical support to organizations to assess what they do not have current capacity. Their current capacity could not accept. And this is what we call the fiscal hosting. So you are doing amazing work, you want to receive support from a very big donor, and they are asking you, you don't have this absorption capacity, you have never accessed $20,000 before, we can't give you the $50,000 and all of that. So WACSI steps in to serve as fiscal host, and it's part of what we have done, in fact, to many organizations across many countries, and the disbursement of that resources, the reporting of it is co-done, with the organizations, the main organization. I should say that social movements, which often have no structures, have been main, participant of that process. So I think it's also important, just to build on, I think, the question that my sister asked. Yes, I was just sharing with Ken here that I find this quite amazing in Nigeria. I've had the opportunity to work across 18 countries, in West and Central Africa. And the inclusion level in Nigeria, especially in the development space, is amazing. So really would I organize a meeting like this in Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, or Cape Verde, and I would think of including sign language. You will most likely not see it on my budget, right? But I remember when we had the first Civil Society Week in Lagos. On the day of the meeting, the donors were seated, partners were seated, and one of the donor representatives said, Lara, the sign language. I'm like, sorry, what was that? I thought it was something missing on the agenda. And right there and then, colleagues had to call some of the service providers, to provide those services. So I am proud to be Nigerian and to see that, yes, we are truly leading the way when it comes to inclusions of, differently able people. So at this moment, this is something that we, even as a capacity development institution, is learning, and will ensure we comply with it, not only in Nigeria, but in other places that we work. I think the last point I would like to raise, Winifred, if you permit me, is that part of the work that we also do as an organization is leading the decolonization of aid and shifting the power in West Africa. So we are one of the partners that is driving this change in the global south. And what do we mean? There's been a lot of excuses by global north donor community around the level of our capacity as Global South NGOs to access resources. And we are saying it is time that we do not only decolonize the aid agenda itself for people, local people, to define their own agenda and their approach. Because believe me, every community you get into, they know the problem, they have the solution. They do not necessarily require your Cambridge certificate or Harvard degree to give them solutions. They will, if you ask them, they will let you know the kind of support you can give, not to teach them their solution. And I think it's important. And this speaks to that decolonization agenda that I talked about. How do we shift power to the people on the ground, to local partners? How do we ensure that the capacity is rebalanced? How do we rebalance power between donor, be you from the global north or even in the south here, to the people who are actually, the vehicle, the legs of this development agenda? And I think this is very, very important. How do we also carry out what I call intentional capacity transfer, especially between the big INGOs and the local partners that they work with? How do we blow off that intermediary role? These are some of the, conversations and capacity transfer that we are leading as an organization in West Africa. Thank you.
So you've used up your 1 minute for the last question. Okay, thank you to my panelists. And we have come to the end of this panel discussion. So, guide them. I would give you 30 seconds. No thanks to Omolara. It was supposed to be 1 minute, but I'll give you 30 seconds for any last words that you have to say.
Turn on the mic already. For me, it's still back to the same thing. We have to find a way of helping CBOs to have legal personality status, one way or the other. In my experience, that is what is preventing them from receiving donor funding. It's preventing them from even protecting the assets they have. Legal personality is not just about being able to get donor funding. So I think the challenge to the State House of Assembly and my federal House of Rep, please, it's a matter of urgency, so we need to zero in on that. For me, that is my last comment on this.
Thank you, Ogaiden. So, Omolara, would come to you. 30 seconds.
Okay. Thank you so much. I think, like I said in the morning, one of the most important stuff that struck me on this program is the scaling policy to action. I was at a meeting where it was said that we do not actually need new policy. We need to activate the existing ones. And I'm so excited that we have our policymakers, the executive and the likes in the room. Like Oga Edem said, I think it's important that we move from this room into action. We have talked about how much changes has happened within our space, how our people need to step into that next phase of recreating innovatively, and that will require some legal intervention. So whilst we are talking about the CBOs, how they can get legal status, can we widen the scope of that conversation to look at the new things and the future that we see for the sector, particularly around having, the right legislations that will enable civil society to step into the new framework of social entrepreneurship, local philanthropy, and the likes. I think this will really move us to action. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's been an exciting panel. Just 3 points very quickly. Speaking to the theme of this panel, in the future, we will certainly, as civil society organization, we will certainly have to do a lot more with a lot less resources. That's critical, and we need to start adjusting to that fact. The second point I want to make is that our future, our funding future, is more in Naira than it is in pounds, euros, and dollars. That's another fact that we cannot run away from. And it's also important to say that our funding future may not even be in money. It may be in partnerships, in opportunities, in collaboration, and in strategies to work more together, more in synergy. That may be the future that we need to embrace. And then very finally, as organizations and also as a community of practice, I think it's pertinent that we realize the signs of the times and begin to make appropriate adjustment towards the coming of those times. One such adjustment will be to anticipate what possible government regulations could be put in place if we decide to adopt alternative funding models. Because the government will kick, will respond, will make laws. We need to start anticipating those laws and start engaging brilliant and welcoming legislators like Honorable Buzo on how we preempt it and keep this space open, free, and supported. Thank you.
Thank you so much to my fantastic panelists. And with that, we have come to the end of this panel discussion. I thank you for for listening and also for the questions that came in from our online and physical participants.
Thank you very much, Winifred. Thank you so much, Ken. Thank you, Omolara. And thank you, Dr. Idebs. I'm adding that to you. All right, so very quickly, we'll have a photo session. Very quick photo session. May I also invite the chairman of this this year's regional conference to join them upstage here. Mr. Tija, where are you? Kindly join this photo session very quickly. Of course, sessions that involve money, funding always gets lengthy. Everyone is interested.
Yes.
Okay.
The number of people that pinched me behind saying, I still have a question.
Yes, we all have questions, but we can't take any more. All right, distinguished guests and participants, may I please ask you to rise? For those who can rise, we just want to take a 2-minute icebreaker. Who's ready? That was a long session. Please, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Let's do this together. Are we ready?
After we finish talking about money, let's just relax a little.
Yes, we've talked money. We've had so much currencies.
Yes. Life is serious, but it's not that serious.
Yeah, you get it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, sound?
Sound.
Are we ready for us?
Scratch it.
So what we're basically going to do, this icebreaker is not just for us to stand and stretch our legs. We're going to dance a little. Sound. Relax. Yeah, let's prep everybody. Just pause it first. Okay, everyone, can we have your attention, please?
May we have your attention, everyone?
We're almost at the finish line, but
yes,
we need everybody's attention. We need everyone's attention. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're just going to move our body a little. And please, as we're moving our bodies, nobody should look at me. No, just to dance. Just, move your hands, move your legs.
You're giving us the cue, right?
Yeah.
It looks like you're a dancer.
No,
okay, DJ.
I'm
Did
not.
I say DJ? Okay, music, please.
So music, can you just give us, just 2 minutes. So, everyone.
So, some persons have really nice dancing steps. I'd really like to see them. 2 seconds. Give us your best.
You don't have to be good at it.
You don't know if money will come out to dollar,
however,
euro.
However, you can find a friend, you can find a partner. Maybe there's somebody that you have been looking
nice
at.
Steps.
Yes. You can do your own. Don't just admire other people. Yes. Just a little. Thank you.
Hey, he's got the steps. Oh, yeah, let's do. MC.
What do you want? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
1 more minute. Did I say 1 more minute?
Yeah, you did.
1 more minute and we are back. You don't hear?
Yeah. I can see some people. I can see some moves at the back. Yes. Well done. Well done. All right.
Come on. I see. That's right. That's the step. That's the move.
Vibe.
Yeah.
That's the vibe.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Why no?
Okay.
Why no?
Okay. Sound. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Okay. All right. Okay. Playtime is over. Can I have everybody's attention back? Thank you very much.
It's great to see that we were able to do a bit of moving around. Yeah. We have less than 1 minute to reconvene, so we could be snappy with the next panel session, and then we move on to the next item and get it done.
Can we all...
Distinguished guests and participants.
Can we all have our seats, please? Thank you very much. Thank you. We will have time for socials. We'll have time to exchange those cards. We'll have time to meet the people we want to meet. Can we all take our seats, please? The faster we take our seats, the quicker
the earlier
we will.
And the better we get to leave.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So please, can I crave the indulgence of everyone? Please, can we just have our seats? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We are preparing for the very last panel now. It's also a very important panel. Sorry, can I have everybody's attention? Do we have a siren sound? I knew when I suggested dance break that I was going to open.
Oh my God.
I was going to cause
like
wahala.
We have not recovered from the dance break. All right, delegates behind. Thank you. Kindly take your seats. We are not done.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Please, our colleagues that are behind, can we all come back to our seats, please? Thank you very much.
The very last panel session for today.
Delegates at the back, please, can we all be seated? Can I ask that our organizers, members of the organizing committee, can I ask that you help usher our delegates back to their seats? Please, those who are standing at the back and socializing, we need you back here.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have not wrapped up. We have not shared the grace. We have not dismissed proceedings for the day. We still have one more panel. Please, we need everyone seated. We need your attentions here. Thank you very much as you're obliged. We are waiting for you. We are waiting for you at the back.
Thank you.
Some of you are looking at me. You are the ones I'm referring to. Yes, we need you back.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. The familiarization can continue.
It's not
when
your neighbor, it's you.
The conference is over.
Thank you so much. Please, can we reconvene?
Thank you. And as the French people will say, merci beaucoup. Or they want me to speak the local dialect.
I think so.
Do they want me to speak Edo too?
Yes, you can speak Edo too.
I beg my people, make una sit down. You don't do. Thank you. All right. All right, distinguished guests and participants. We are almost drawing close to the end of this conference today. But before that, we'll have the very last panel session, which is themed From Policy to Practice, From policy to practice, strengthening the legal framework for civil society through legislative and regulatory action.
I quite like this panel. So
exactly.
We've talked about funding. We've talked about what we need to do in order to strengthen the space. Now, here is where, the rubber meets the road.
It's the frameworks and the practice itself.
Exactly. And it starts from, what does the overall framework look, what does it look like from a legislative perspective, but also from, a regulatory standpoint.
What is good and what is not good from the eye of the Constitution, from the eyes of the regulatory commissions that are saddled with the responsibility of checkmating the civil society organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests present, our online participants, thank you for staying through with us. We appreciate you. This is the very last panel session for today. We have the honor of inviting a very distinguished personality to anchor this panel session. She is the General Counsel at Abuja Chambers of Commerce and Industry. With a loud ovation and with some prayers and encouragement, let's make welcome Barrister Hawa Kaka Usman. Is that how you encouraged Barrister Hawa? All right, Barrister Hawa. How are you feeling, Barrister Hawa?
Yeah, after the powerful session, I really know that it is interesting that this particular session is left as the last session for today. And to get legislative, to get the regulatory bodies, and to also get participants together in the same room, it's quite important. It's a difficult thing. But today, the Right Honorables have been left from morning till afternoon. That's interesting.
I think we should give the Right Honorables a round of applause.
That's interesting.
Thank you. Thank you.
It shows that today we're going to have a very important deliberation, which is the most important part of this conference. From practice, right? From policy to practice. From policy to practice, having all the yes, the panel, yes. So I'll move straight to this session, which is from policy to practice, strengthening the legal framework for civil society through legislative and regulatory action. And it is quite interesting also that I am the one moderating this session. I crave your indulgence to continue to stand on the already established protocol that has been established in the morning. And I hope it is still standing so strongly. So I'll just quickly dive into it. And I will welcome my first panelist on this session, Right Honorable Victor Obuzo. I hope I pronounced that very well. Thank you, sir. He is the chairman, House of Representatives Committee on Civil Society and Development. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome the Right Honorable Victor Obuzo. Thank you. You're welcome, sir. Also, I have Honorable Barrister Sunday Umeha, member, House of Representatives Committee on Disability. A round of applause, please. We also have Barrister James Ibo, the Executive Director, Basic Rights Council Initiative. Is he here? You're welcome, sir. May I also call upon the representative from the FIRS, Ms. Oyintare Pobeni. You're welcome, ma'am. May I also welcome Mahmoud Isa from the Special Control Unit Against Money Laundering, SCOMO. May I also welcome Salisu Abubakar from the Corporate Affairs Commission. So a lot has been said since morning, and I think it is just important that we dive into the questions. So we'll just take one round of questions, and then we allow participants to just ask their questions. And okay, quickly going forward, this particular session, a lot have been said about how CSOs have been key drivers of democratic development, and human rights protection, service delivery, and accountability. And sometimes I see CSOs as though they are a fourth arm of the government, right? Demanding for governance and accountability. So I'll quickly go to my first question, and Mr. James Ibo. Yes, sir. So to set context for this discussion, I'll ask you, can you give us an overview of specific legal or regulatory barriers that have most significantly hindered the operations of CSOs, and or how CSOs are responding to these challenges?
Thank you very much. I think I don't want to overflog the issue. Some of those issues have been discussed and people are already tired. Just to take us back to maybe from state to federal government budgeting. Every state has budget for civil society organizations, but the civil society organizations operating in that state never get that funding. The only organization that gets it is the governor's wife's NGO. As soon as you become High Excellency, you set up 2, 3, 4, 5 NGOs, and you are able to access this funding. Now, the money also, we are talking about barriers. Please just listen. The money is also meant for the government agencies themselves, like Ministry of Women Affairs or Social Welfare. The monies get to them, but somehow also go to High Excellencies. So what are then the barriers? Civil society organizations are expected to register in these ministries. For you to operate, you have to register in Ministry of Women Affairs, Ministry of Youth, Ministry of Donor Support and all that. At the federal level, you have to register with Corporate Affairs Commission, GES, KUMOL, and all that. To do all this, you need money. You have a grant that lasts for 1 year. As part of the grant is not to do this registration. And in some states, you have to renew that registration every year. Yet, you're expected to pay pension, you're expected to do housing, you're expected to do all those things. You look at the funding, the salaries, and most donors, they will tell you 60% project and 40% overhead cost. So how do you navigate around this? You see NGOs start developing strategies like creative accounting, where you don't represent the real figures, and even the civil society organization set up to fight corruption is itself corrupt. Not because they want to be corrupt, but because the environment is designed to make them corrupt. Every day we complain of police corruption, but we agree that everybody knows if you report a matter to the police, you have to pay the police to investigate the case. Even our president knows that. And yet we are not addressing it. So the problem with civil society organization is weak institutions. We don't have social services in Nigeria. It is the civil society organizations that that are closer to the people, attempting to cushion the issues. Government are not interested, but they are coming up with laws and regulations. Yes, they are not enforcing them. They only enforce them anytime you begin to call them out and ask them to be accountable. So, like we have always said, if we run a true federal system where we have in the state a commission, like this Corporate Affairs Commission, that if an NGO in America wants to fund maybe an organization in Uyo, they should be able to access the website of that commission in the state and fund that organization without the fact that, look, this organization has been criticizing the governor, so they've been deactivated, stuff like that. So we have to run a truly federal state as a country and begin to look at the exclusive legislative list and the concurrent legislative list and not bind them together where you say, okay, if the national government legislates and the state legislates and there's a conflict, that of the national law will override. We don't need those kind of issues. We should have clear demarcations, having states running their commissions, registering NGOs even at the village level, and having that legal personality. The only thing I will have to ask civil society organizations receiving funding now, let's try to be compliant pending when the necessary changes are made. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. To have a clear demarcation of responsibilities between the government, federal and state government. Thank you. And that takes me to Honorable Victor Obozo. And thank you, sir. I heard you've done a lot in this particular sector. And for that, I'll be asking you, and as a follow-up to what Barrister James Ibo have said, does the National Assembly deem it pertinent to review or amend existing legislation or to effectively balance the need for regulation and an enabling environment for civil society organizations with clear delineation of powers, as has been said? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want me to answer this question that everybody has been talking about.
Now we want you to be clear about it.
So it depends on what reviews. I want to come from the perspective of one of the speakers in prior session. We keep going back and we keep coming forth. At least I've attended about 4 of these programs that have to do with regulation of the civil space. I believe very strongly that we all, deep down in our hearts, we know what is wrong. The civil societies, they all have fears. They have fears that are affecting their decisions. There is risk in everything you do. And to move from one point to another, you have to make a shift. You might do it and it's all rosy and gloomy. You might do it, it might have some little, rough beginnings, but it will smoothen itself out. We have talked about the law that the CAC is empowered. Hello? The CAC is empowered to incorporate bodies under the federal government. We have talked about this, we have gone forth, we have come back. In fact, my colleague even talked about the states not being limited to, registering, bodies. But at the end of the day, all the states are still under the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And the Constitution of Nigeria stands supreme. Now, these are facts that are laid. And for many years, CSOs have still been going back and forth about this. And for many years, they have not been able to say, okay, you want to take out that from the exclusive list because it has tremendous effects. The ripple effects based on the fact that you want to start registering at the state level and be able to bypass the CAC issues. If you look at the risk analysis in terms of money laundering, terrorism financing, in terms of, look at what is happening in the country right now. Look at what is happening in Borno. Look at what is happening in Benue State. Please, let's go on because today is fast spent. And my brain is tweaking too. So that I don't lose, I'm not distracted. So when you look at the we have, that also CSOs should not operate. What it means, you should think of, somebody talked about having an agency, a commission, a body. In fact, the last time when we were in Calabar and then when we went to the West, if you have this done at the national level, you have an agency in charge, and each of the states have an agency in charge. It will eliminate all the different, you have to register with education, health, this and that. You just go one place. And with our brothers in the CSC, with proper dialogue and collaboration, there might be a way to station personnel there and link up. So CSC will still have your documents. You will not be stressed about maybe going to Abuja. In fact, we can even try to, with good dialogue and deliberations, to cause CSC to remove, to insensitize you by maybe making you not pay any little thing. And at the end of the day, we still have what the records that we need in order to keep track of everything going on in the country, right from the state to the federal. We need to look at these things from real objective points of views and with the realism in our eyes. I think we should look at ourselves too. Ask ourselves, are we accountable too as CSOs? Are you accountable? You need to think of that, because one of your own members spilled out my thoughts, the one who spoke online. If we asked anybody based on any, in fact, I've been gagged by the civil society. Some people will bear me witness here. After being their friends for so long, they gagged me in the National Assembly, and I actually put on the gag because I knew what will happen. They bankrolled just because they don't want to make people to see their documents of what they are spending, where they are getting their money, what they are spending their money on. And you want to now have total control where your activities, not all of you, the bad ones, the activities are destroying people, causing a lot of harm in the country. So I think we need to look at our conscience very more. I started off very well with the CSO. I love all of you guys, and you know it. So there is actually need to look at the laws that are existing, yes. But the perspective with which you are thinking they should be changed may not be the best for the country. But something can be done. I will speak about the balancing. If you can recall, the best way to go ahead with legislatures is for these kind of dialogues. We've been doing these kind of dialogues. Most of the champions right here, we had resolutions last year. The committee has pushed. There was supposed to be an office. And today, even the CSOs cannot come together. You don't even trust yourselves. How do you trust government? We need an information from you to move ahead. And you cannot pull yourself together to give us what we want. And we are chasing you for your own benefit. So like the other speaker said, whatever laws that you feel are dealing with you, the solutions, we have spoken about it here. We have spoken about it in all our meetings. What we need to do is to intentionally, not to come and sit and speak to everybody about the problem over and over again. We have doctors, we have professors. In fact, this law of bodies corporate, it was debated to a very detailed extent. So nobody should go home and be deceived. Pull yourselves together. CSOs, you people have to come together in one accord. Be ready. You are talking of the minister. Somebody said the governor's wife is taking funding, the ministries. But you call them out. You hold them accountable. Who calls you out? Have you asked yourself that question? One of your members sat down here and said that sometimes you spend recklessly. I was not the one who said it. I want us to look at our conscience. Yes, the laws are there. The laws, we have all laws. We have those, because of the multiple laws, we have firstly the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That gives you all the rights, your fundamental rights and everything. It's all embedded there. We can go to the acts, the FIRS, SCOMOL acts, and all those other acts. There are a lot of them, yes. They can be harmonized. Yes, they are here, they are ready. They will speak for themselves also. But you also have to be ready to come under that body. Don't feel that government wants to strangle you and gag you. It might be the best for you. Someone mentioned the European Union Civil Society, the United Kingdom Civil Society organization. Someone mentioned it here. It's a body. It's a body where all of them are under and it's working. How do you know? Right now in Nigeria, is it not appalling? Even the Nigerian government cannot tell you which CSOs are operating or the CSOs are operating in this country. They cannot tell you. In the states, they cannot tell you which CSOs are operating there. You can't say it. Okay, population orientation, National Population Commission wants to now do census of you, and you say they want to shrink you and they want to gag you. National Assembly asks for documents based on work he wants to do. You say they want to shrink you, they want to gag. Everything is shrink, gag. Meanwhile, you are the one even gagging us. Not allowing us to talk. No, I want us to be very, very frank with ourselves, because without this, the nation cannot go forward. We can't go forward. So, yes, some of the laws, there are a lot of laws that you have to, that you are over-regulated. But it's because of you also. Because if you had come together and you decide to come under one body, the road is there with CAC and they will come together under that body. You will go and do it in one place and they will link everything up. You are not for profit. So many of you are supposed to have money if you want to come and do NGO work. Yes? Before you say you are going for non-for-profit, you should be able to feed yourself very well. And you are complaining that the donors, they are now bringing money again. So what did you come to do? Let us love ourselves. Eh? We love you. Government loves you. I'm telling you the honest truth. This is my colleague here. We know that there are a lot, because of the state of the nation. That's why you see that there are so many different things that you have to, attend to, which is stressing you. You have to come together with us so that we can, agree on the route we're going to use, and we work it out for you. By next year, if we're coming back and we are going to say the same things here, I don't think I will be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Victor. And I think this also speaks to what Dr. Annie had said earlier about professionalism and standardization. And I think a lot of, some speakers have already said this before, about bringing all the CSOs together. And I think Global Right has been doing a lot in this aspect. And maybe it just needs further coordination. Thank you. So I'll quickly go to Honorable Sunday Umeha. Well, this issue came up in the last panel. and it is the issue of inclusivity. The world is shifting towards inclusive governance, and I know Madam here talked about how Nigeria has actually been doing something, and which is commendable. So, but how can lawmakers ensure that this inclusion, especially of persons with disabilities, is mainstreamed into what the CSOs are doing, and also CSO-related legal reforms and the civic space revolution? But I think this also goes beyond the civic space revolution to every aspect of our governance.
Thank you. Well, let me start by first of all saying that I am here in a representative capacity, and it's important I make that point. My name is Sondu Meha. I'm a member of House Committee on Disability, but I'm here representing Right Honorable Dr. Bashiru Daudu, who incidentally is out of the country, is unavoidably absent, and he's the House Committee Chairman on Disability. Now to the question proper. When I came in, the first thing I did was to take a look at the composition of the people duly seated in the hall, to see to what extent we have given a sense of inclusion to persons with disability. To a large extent, I think we tried, but just like Oliver Twist, we'll continue to ask for more. I am happy with the organizers for extending hands of fellowship and inclusion to our brothers and sisters. You see, today you can be an able-bodied person. In the next minute, you can be a person with a disability. It's not our prayer, but it's nobody's prayer. But these are realities of life. While you're going out of this place, something can happen. The next minute, you fall within the category of these persons. So wherever we are, whatever we do in life, let's try to remember them and try to give them sense of belonging. Now coming to the government aspect or the National Assembly, I will give a lot of kudos to the National Assembly, especially under the reign of our Speaker, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, and also the House Committee Chairman on people living with disability, for taking it as a task to ensure that not only that the laws as currently constituted are implemented, but to make sure that our brothers and sisters are given adequate sense of belonging. You all are aware that after due consultations, after several public hearings, including the voices of civil society organizations like you people duly seated here, the National Assembly passed Discrimination Against Persons Living with Disabilities Prohibition Act 2018. And in that act, copious and far-reaching provisions were made. And one of those provisions are contained or is contained in sections 3, 4, 5. We also have the provisions in sections 28 to 30 of the Act. And in sections 30, subsection 1, subsection 2, not only government agencies, MDAs, but also the civil society organizations are enjoined to encourage and give sense of inclusion to persons with disability. So it is expected that while you are advocating for compliance, because we see civil society organizations as watchdog, influencing government policies in a manner that it comes into conformity with the desires of the society. So while you advocate for that, on your own part, as members of this body, to what extent have you also given sense of inclusion, or you have complied with these provisions of the law? In your organization, in the leadership architecture, in the leadership organogram of your organization, how many persons with disability can we find there? How many of them are included in your activities? You are asking government to do this, government do that, government comply with this, transparency. Before you remove the plank in a man's eye, you first of all remove the one in your own eyes. So we expect that you include them and give them sense of inclusion in your activities. So that is one. To tell you the level of effort we are making, we did not only end up at promulgating that law. Recently, in fact, it's still ongoing. We embarked on oversight functions. We have so far visited 13 agencies of government to enforce compliance with the provisions of that law. And we are doing it in collaboration with the relevant organizations governing persons with disability. They joined us and they've been there, they follow, they partake in asking questions. And what are those things we are asking? One, the law provides that the persons living with disability should have access to every public facility, government offices, in the same basis, in the same manner, and equal rights with the persons living with disability. And the law gave a period of 5 years within which government agencies, parastatals, and different bodies or organizations are to comply with the provisions of this law. It is now 5 years plus. We have commenced oversight to know to what extent the agencies of government are complying with this. One of it is their public buildings. Are they in such a state that persons living with disability can access freely without any restriction? Some are compliant, some are not compliant. Another important aspect of that provision that we're also enforcing at the moment is the issue of 5% of the employment quota. Before now, many MDAs, government agencies, are in violation of these provisions. But at the moment, we are strictly enforcing that before you carry out any employment, the 5% provision as provided by the law for persons living with disability must be complied with. It must be adhered to. So the National Assembly has done a lot in this aspect, not only for CSOs organizations, no, but for the government institutions, government agencies, to ensure that our brothers and sisters in these categories are carried along, and we are not resting on to actualize complete and total enforcement of these provisions. We also enjoin your organizations to be compliant. While you ask government to be compliant, try to also be what? Compliant in your own organizations. So this is what I will say as of now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. And I think the key word there is enforcement. The laws are already there, and what is important is how we enforce them. Thank you. It is good that I have the regulatory commission, all the regulatory bodies together. So I'll ask one single question, and then I'll give everyone 5 minutes to just respond to that question. And a lot have been said, and I know you have mentioned when you answered the question, a question about the engagement that has been happening between the regulatory bodies and the CSOs. So I will just ask, and maybe our audience participants here will want to know, if there are there ongoing efforts to simplify compliance procedures for CSOs, particularly the smaller or grassroots organizations with limited administrative capacity? So I think this goes to all the regulatory bodies to share with us, and maybe I'll start with you, Salis.
To talk about simplicity, I think the best thing, we have a collaboration that is going on, the Corporate Affairs Commission with FRS, for a single registration number. Once you register with CAC, it's the same RC number that you will use in FRS. Maybe probably it will be extended to SCUMO and others, so that there will not be different reports. For somebody will go and present a different financial statement in FRS and different financial statement with CAC. So we are at the verge of harmonizing the whole process to simplify it. If you want to see over-regulation, I will give a very simple example. You go to AMAC, a shop owner opens in Guarimpa or anywhere. You will see AMAC officials today asking you for parking permit. Today, kiosks, health, everyone, they will come with dozens of it. They will tell you to comply. And also, CAC, we went, this country, we have one peculiarity, as Honorable has said it all. If you go on a highway now, it reaches a level where POS is being used to collect money from you. Even if you don't have, they will use POS and collect money from you. But it has reduced tremendously since the Commission has started asking them to register. If you know the person you are dealing with, it will be another thing. But as it is, Honorable Chibuzo has said it all. The Constitution guarantees you can, if you like, don't register. You don't need SCUMO. You don't need FRS. You don't need to pay tax. Since you are doing a humanitarian job, your reward will be in heaven in the end. But if you register and you are seeking donation, you have to comply. We are not saying that some civil societies, some of them will be used. I have a lot of instances. Some Nigerians, once you go and, why is Dubai doing this to Nigeria? Why are other countries doing this? You go and open an account in a foreign land. Monies will enter into your account without knowing. And before you could get out of it to explain to the people that somebody put money is not you, you would have been long gone. So these are some of the things that we check when you have, and there are a lot of benefits that comes with this registration. You enjoy tax. The FRS, there are some things that they don't tax. You don't pay tax as a civil society. And SCUMO is not just registration. People will assume that once you register, that is the end. No. I believe my friend will add more to this. But generally speaking, there is more advantage in registration and not. And talking about the commission's fees and everything, I think we are one organization that gives services at 500 naira, still, up to today. We are a self-sustaining organization. We pay our salaries, we buy diesel, we pay electricity. We are not on solar, we pay electricity. The bill of electricity bill to run an IT infrastructure, they are the most expensive thing you can handle. When you pay for IT infrastructure, you pay through your nose. It's the commission. It's not the commission that is managing its infrastructure. It gave out to a vendor. It is the vendors, and vendors charge. If you don't pay them, there will be problem. There is always one thing or the other. So the reason for the slight increment, for availability, name reservation, it has always been 500. Now it's 1,000 naira. Those are the increases, and these increases does not affect civil society organizations. It affects foreign companies, multinationals that pay 5,000 as annual return. Now it's no longer the case. They don't pay 5,000 naira or 10,000 naira. They pay huge based on their income. So people should expect the services. It's better to pay 2,000 naira to get the services than to pay 500 and you don't. That is the reason why, that is the main reason why the commission decided to, in line with reality, to increase the fee for the services.
All right, thank you. Mr. Mahmoud.
Thank you very much. I think for us in SCUMO, first and first, I think let's diffuse this idea of, let me take it from what the first speaker said, Honorable Henshaw. He said, let's look at it in this way. Let's look at it not we versus you, but let's look at it that it is us. I think that is the suspicion that is a problem in this gathering or in environment like this where regulators and the operators come together. But I want to thank the Global Right for providing this platform. I think this should continue. Because with such kind of conversation, in fact, pressures from CSO made a lot of effort globally, locally, as alluded by the Deputy Speaker. Part of the pressure is we made a lot of improvement in our regulatory environment because they speak out on issues like this. Then coming home for us in SCUMO, for the past 5 years, we've been making progress. Are we where we're supposed to be? The answer is no. Before now, it was a learning curve for us, honestly. In fact, we were lumping CSO, NPOs with businesses and professions in regulating them. But with conversation like this, a lot of education were made, a lot of understanding, a lot of opening. Okay, fine, what does the law say? Where are we driving our enforcement powers from? We went to FATF Regulation 8 and look at it that we're not supposed to even lock them. Today, as we speak, CSO MPOs are not under obligation to report. Report what? Currency transaction report, whatever, donors report, or whatever report. This is a progress. And through same collaboration, we've scaled down a lot of activities. We've digitalized our processes from the process of registration and even obtaining the certificate itself. Now, going forward, I think I align myself with what Madam said earlier on. Let's have a kind of a platform. In fact, we are gravitating toward ensuring that the CSOs do self-regulation. Because that's what is happening in the legal profession. They call it code of something practice. They embedded AML CFT into their code of professional conduct or what. CSO 2 should start to think along that line where they self-regulate themselves in the area of counter-financing of terrorism by embedding those laws into their code of conduct. So for me, we've done so much, but we are not where we are supposed to be. But with such kind of collaboration, we will make progress. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. I was getting exhausted actually being on the third panel, but indeed we learn and we unlearn. So I picked a lot from the first and second panel, and some things were an eye-opener. I don't sound cynical as a regulatory agency, but when I listened carefully to the other panels and the panelists and participants from the floor, it was disheartening to hear things like north, south. And I asked myself, are these not supposed to be humanitarian services? That in as much as you are located somewhere, but you are out to just give humanitarianly. So when I hear, well, if I'm located in the north and I don't want to register as federal, then you're in the north. Doesn't mean you will not benefit somebody else in the south. I could have an organization in Lagos. I want to just distribute books and say, okay, 2 schools in each state. So what? There's nothing wrong with that. So I was so surprised that I kept hearing, but I'm in the north and your law, so must I go to CAC in the north? That's one aspect. For the regulatory agencies, that we have them at grassroots level is to make administration easy. Doesn't now make it a North CAC or Federal Inland Revenue CAC. So you say, oh, in the north, the CAC is the same federal CAC, is the same Federal Inland Revenue Service. That we have it in your state or in many offices is just to make administration easy for the taxpayer, so we bring it down to the grassroots. So that idea of location tied to what you can get from the legislative framework, please let's try and debunk that. The administration, the legislative laws is national law. So if I talk of Company Income Tax Act, there's nothing like Company Income Tax Act for the north, Company Income Tax Act for the south. No, it's one law in as much as the regulatory agency is just maybe stated in the north, south, east, west. It's for administrative purposes to make it easy. Now back to the question for the moderator. Yes, there are ongoing regulatory frameworks, especially in areas of taxation. We no doubt simplicity is a vague word, but I'll split it into 2. Simplicity in context and simplicity in administration of the law. When it comes to context, we mean drafting, wordings. Yes, we're looking into that, and FRS from time to time try to do a lot of clarification apart from doing orientation and stakeholder engagements. No doubt some of you can testify. We bring up public notices, guidelines, circulars to guide you. There are forums where you can write. We call them inquiries, and those inquiries are dispensed to various units you are attended to. If we need to call you for engagement, we call you and ask questions, or you come and ask us questions. For simplicity, yes, that's for context. Then when it comes to administration, we are not there yet, but we've gone a long way from where we used to be. Now you have automation. Most of the things are now digitalized. So the idea of moving from office to office is going to fade away. The truth is, when we talk of laws and regulations, from what I've heard now, I have a question to ask you. The existing regulations on ground, how far have you tried to exhaust them to your benefit? They tell you go and register for TIN, that's tax identification number. Some of you want to dodge. Those things are free. Go for tax clearance. You want to dodge because they will ask you names of directors because you have not established yourself properly. Well, if you do that, the tax clearance is free. And those are regulatory requirements to even get further fundings. Mr. Ken made my work a lot much easier. He said, he had, was he friends or a set of organizations who wanted to give out books, and they asked for his bank accounts. Now you are hearing it the way I heard it myself. If I'm a donor, put yourself in the shoes of the donor. And you want to now give someone money for a project, and you don't bring your company account, you say, put the money here. Won't you suspect that person? Will you release your fund? So that person lost out, not because of any regulatory difficulty, but maybe because he has not complied. If it was me, I would do the same thing Mr. Ken did. I won't release my account number. And if I'm the donor to release the money, I will withhold. So sometimes the lack of funding are just not a reason of not you complying with basic regulatory things. You said, oh, CAC here, we register here, we register. Why should you register? Then the question is, if you're in your local government and you want to take advantage of the incentives given to you in the federal laws, if you don't identify yourself and register yourself with me, how do I know you are there? It's not about looking at the signpost. And why will I take what I have for Peter, who has registered, to give to Paul, who have not registered? So sometimes you're not enjoying the benefits of the law. It's because you've not done the basic, and like I said, some of the things are free. Just comply. The gain you will get is far more than the cost. And what is the cost here? There's nothing for federal inland. CAC has already said even the costs are just fees you need to pay. Because you want to register yourself, so you place yourself right to get funding to achieve your objective. When the funding comes, nobody's going to take it from you. It's your gain to achieve your own objective. So we're here to help you, and we'll always be here. Please, the laws, we know, we're looking into it. Like we say, it's an ongoing process, but we can't do much if, like I say, if you have not even complied with the available ones. And for wherever you face bottlenecks, please go to the nearest FRS office. We are one family. The essence of decentralizing, like I say, for administrative purposes, lay your complaints there, you attended to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. And I think with that, we'll just take two questions, one online and then one on the floor here, so that we can quickly round up.
Please be informed that we have just 1 second each to ask our questions.
Okay,
Yes,
so
please.
keep your questions brief, please.
Okay, we can take the audience present.
Okay, all right. We have one person. You can see. Oh, okay. I can see this lady directly opposite me. I think that's the first hand I saw. No, okay.
Please be very straight to your point.
Be very straight. My question is going to go this way. When we come to conferences like this, we talk about the issues, but in reality, when it comes to addressing these issues, they are not as easy as you're saying it. Now, a typical example I will give briefly. Last year, we had an engagement in my state to empower 100 rural women and girls. And one of the benefits of that program was to open a CAC registration for the beneficiaries. And at the end of the day, they submitted their names, business names that they wanted to use. But we realized that the names were changed without prior information. And then these women were meant to go to the bank. It didn't correspond with their NIN. And they were asked to go and do affidavits at their own cost when the problem actually came from the CAC. Now my question is, if you want to change someone's business reg name, is it not appropriate that that person is told, and then for whatever reasons, human errors do occur, and if that happens, why is the CAC not taking responsibility and they put the burden on those that are giving their accurate names? That's my question.
All right, thank you very much. So that question. Okay, can we still take another question?
Just one more.
Okay.
One more. And that's it.
Thank you very much. My name still remains Ambassador Princess Egbe from Bayelsa State. The issue of civil societies not agreeing to having one voice is that issue that I want to speak into. Like one of the panelists talked about the fact that we have different categories of civil society. And when you talk about civil society, now we are noticing that almost every government worker in the ministries and politically, they all have also civil society. If you cast your mind back, anytime you come up, the real civil societies will come up to confront something. Before you know it, the political civil society will also come up to confront something. So I'm a bit uncomfortable when I begin to hear that we are not agreeing. What will we do? Because of these two divides that are there, how can we navigate it so that we can get a common front? That's what I wanted to ask the Honorable, our person from the National House of our Assembly. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Honorable, I think that question was for you, sir. Yes, okay. We'll start with the first question, then you answer the second one.
Hello? Yeah. Ma, can you hear me? I can. Let me see her. You mentioned about 100 business names for registration, right? Normally, this kind of registration names, once you reserve a name on the Commission's portal, you have the right over the name for 60 days. After which, if you don't register within, somebody can apply and take the name. That is if you don't revalidate. So for this kind of registration, it's like when you apply ABC Nigeria Limited. It's not a limited liability, it's a business. Maybe when you say ABC Enterprises Limited, you want to register an enterprise which has no legal personality, it's just a trade name that you are using. Once you submit that, for this kind of system, instead of denying it, it will automatically get an option for you. Option within, if there is no ABC, it's taken by someone, it will give you BCD for you just to go ahead and register it. This is automated registration. It's not the normal registration that you do. You have the option of entering the name again. The system automatically gives you a name because this registration was done on discount for you. And we have offices in all the states of the Federation. In fact, Lagos we have two, Abuja we have two. And there is always a help desk. If you are not interested in that name, you can easily change it. But for the fact that you mentioned affidavit and things like that at your own cost, it's not something that I know. But CAC has moved from manual system to automated, and in fact, they are even using AI now to do registration. And I'm sure that name that you submitted is the AI that gave you an option. You have the option to register it or to change the name entirely. Thank you.
I hope that answers her question. All right, Honorable, you can go ahead.
Yeah, so the madam, well done. So you said people ministries have CSOs too, right? Personally, I can't say if the owners of these CSOs are government workers, as you speak, or politicians. When, for example, I can try to create a scenario of what you are talking about. Maybe there's an advocacy against something, and you now see another group maybe coming on the news, to counter and all that. I think that's the scenario you are talking about. But the civil society, the NGOs, you're grouped, like you said. You have those facing educational men, we have those for gender, we have those for justice and all that. I've been with you a long time, and we know your forerunners. We know people who have been in the system for a long time, who are leading the other newcomers into the industry. We know the pace setters, and we'll be working with them. So why I use that statement of you guys coming together, for example, the office that we should have set up since, the one we call CISOLO, some of the pioneers are here, that we should have set up since. The major reason why it has not been set up is because the foreigners and majority of you have not come together. There is an to lose out. It's not proper. And that's what we were referring to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. And with this, we have come to the end of this session. And I thank all my panel members here. And to also say that, to thank the organizers of this very conference for the opportunity to moderate the session. Thank you. And
thank you very much, Barrister Hawa Usman, for being the able moderator of this session. Can we please give this panelist a round of applause? Thank you. And as usual, a quick photo shot of the panelists. Thank you. Mr. Co-Chair, may I please crave your indulgence to join this photo session? Thank you. Same, yes. Yes. Our founders.
That was my intention, yes.
Very quickly. Oh, and the programs. Oh my God. All right, thank you so much. Our online participants, we thank you for staying put with us. Thank you to everyone seated here in the hall for being a part of this conference right from the start up until this moment. Very quickly, we'll be taking our closing remarks, very short closing remarks. And to give us the closing remarks, please make welcome Chima Jeff Megwe. He is the Executive Director, Community and Youth Enhancement Initiative. Chima is here. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you so much. It's been a busy day for us, and I want to thank each and every one of us for being here. On behalf of the steering committee of COP, South-South, we want to thank you. And we do a whole lot has happened here today. We've had a whole lot of conversations. We thank our honorable members, all the CSOs, all the stakeholders. But one thing still remains here for us to do, and which is the conversation is not ending here. There are a whole lot of things that resonated from this conference, and we need to start acting. There are some things you noted, there are some actions you need to take as an individual. Are you a government? Are you a policymaker? Are you a CSO person? Community of practice, in our individual states, we have something to do. So at the end of this meeting, don't just go home and relax. Try to connect. Try to have conversation with people. Try to deepen the conversation here, online, when you go back to your state. And the general goal is we need to have these policies come to life. Actions. Let's start taking actions. Once again, I want to thank all of you. Global Right, all the funders of this program, all of you that have been patient with us. I want to say thank you, and may God bless you.
Thank you for keeping it simple, Mr. Chima. We appreciate you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, when I was still in the School of Literature, we used to say,
I knew you did literature. The way you were counting and the way you were spelling the hashtags.
Calm down, calm down. So, like we love to say in the literary terms, this is where we'd like to draw the curtain, but then the veil is still staying there. We've drawn the curtain, but the veil is still there. Now, we understand some organizations here present have heard what has been said today. We are encouraging you to get all of your documents together. Do not just listen. Ensure you put all of these things said into practice. And from the government side, we thank you for your commitment. We look forward to seeing this practice in the offices, in the MDAs, not just giving us commitments here today.
Yes, very much so. And all of our panelists, especially our regulatory stakeholders, they are available to take questions. You can walk up to them, you can meet them, you can talk to them about any pressing or emerging issues you or your organization may be having. And in my experience, in our experience, they are always more than willing, not only to listen, but also to help and support any potential resolutions.
Yes, once again, we want to say thank you to Global Rights, our implementing partner, and a huge thank you to our funders, the European Union, ably represented here today. Distinguished guests, partners, this is where we draw the curtain.
Well,
my name is Abasiema Cyril. I can leave the mic to you. You can continue.
Don't leave me here now.
I'm leaving you already.
No, we've been together the whole day. So some very minor housekeeping rules, and please, can I just crave our indulgence? This is the last time I will ask you to pay attention to me. After this, don't send me. You don't need to care about me. Anybody that likes me can come and say hello. But for now, please, very, very important information that we need to pass across. First and foremost is that for everyone who is in attendance here, there are a couple of, we've been talking about compliance, there are a couple of forms that we would need to sign, especially for our out-of-town delegates. Please do feel free to meet. Damilola, where are you? Are you in the room? Wave. Damilola at the back is waving.
He's behind, he's waving.
Yes.
That's Damilola.
If Damilola does not have an answer for you, Damilola will route you to anybody who has an answer. Do not leave here without filling and completing the attendance form. For those of us who are from out of town, you know, there are other forms with respect to your transportation and logistics that you would need to complete as well.
Second thing, remember we talked about our second favorite word being
Political friends.
No, not political.
Okay, selfish. Sorry, selfies.
No, not that one.
Okay, which?
Tea break.
Oh.
Now we've come to our favorite word, lunch.
No, I think it's brunch. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, brunch is served. Thank you.
There's lunch at the back, so you can just walk to the back and have yourself served. Do take care. On behalf of everyone here, my name remains Ikeme Setefyong. Have a good rest of the evening.
Thank you. And safe trips to everyone traveling back. Did we take pictures on the stage? Someone needs to snap it.